In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Hello, Daniel, Berry Sports Highlights, and Liz Livos. Okay, I have a video. I'm going to give you guys a second to go over there and watch it. I can't play it on my channel because it's some arm movements that we can't show on our channel. Make sure you watch it full screen, and I'll be waiting when you get back. It's short. It's really short. So go over there and check this video out and tell me what you think about it. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. Grand Rising, Ashton. Ashton, hit the link above you. Go watch that video. It's short. Put it on full screen and come back. Tell me what you think about it. Oh my. Grand Rising, a view's view. I have a link up right above. Go over there and watch that on full screen. Listen to what the content of the conversation is and come back and tell me what you think about it. Dr. Soapy, I saw a PhD right before I clicked. I think that's Dr. Soapy. Is that Dr. Soapy? Let me see. Yes, it. Oh, you saw it. Hollered. Grand Rising, Dr. Soapy. Oh, damn. Good morning, Chad. I thought that Tasha, what's her name? Tamara Tells or Tasha? I think it's Tamara. No, I don't think it's Tamara Tells. It's the older lady who wears the glasses all the time. I'm subscribed, but I always forget her name. Uh, no, 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 no. Okay, you didn't get to hear the music. Okay, no, I want you to go look at that video. Uh, of viewers of you. So they were. She was talking about some right to life stuff, and we just got there at the minute where she was like, "You don't understand. You know, when you have to have a baby," and then the interviewer cut her off to say, "Oh, but you don't have a problem with babies being unalived in foster care." And so we didn't get to see her say any of these things that this interviewer uh, uh said that she said. We didn't get to hear her say any of this. I could see the argument being, well, you can put your child in foster care if you don't want it or have it adopted. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just going to say I don't know. But obviously, the fact that she came back and told that woman, "Oh, I sent it to you already." The fact that she came back and told that woman, well, you didn't get to see the slappity of it because I sent it through the woman who had blurred it out. So the fact that she went in and knocked that woman in her face, I think that she was just trying to have a moment. So what woman is going to stand up there with a mic in her face saying that she doesn't care about children being unalived in foster care? I doubt that that conversation ever happened. I really do. I mean, I've heard I've heard strange things happen, but I doubt if she heard that woman say that. So that's probably why she got busted in her face. So who had her on for an interview, but they don't have it available for their clips? Right in the kisser. Right in the kisser. It was a mush knockout. Yeah, so I didn't see her. I saw her on, she was on, of course, Fox News, and she was playing the victim. I don't think she was victim. I think that she let her mouth write a check her ass couldn't cash, like a lot of people do. Let's be real. And I also think that she thought that just because she had a microphone, she can talk anyway to anybody. But I think she'll be more cautious the next time she has a. I remember there was a reporter on Bourbon Street. And she had somebody behind her who was obviously drunk, and she was waving. She was behind her, waving and smiling. You know how sometimes they'll get in their scenes and stuff. And the reporter turned around and asked her, "When was the last time you had a STD?" As if she had a STD. Kind of like a nigga coming on YouTube saying what health uh, health things that someone has allegedly had. So yeah, these are the type of people who like to get slapped in their mouths and continue and continue and continue to try to play victim when they come out and lie. So these are the type of people, I'm pretty sure they got slapped in their mouth all the time, uh, being that they grew up in the ghetto and nobody cared enough for them. She served her a two-piece Mike's Concrete Nap. Grand rising to you. Oh my goodness. Hold on one second. Mike Concrete Nap, welcome to the channel. Salute, Miss Ronnie. Okay. Well, that's what she took, as a matter of fact, Mike. She took a concrete nap. Come to think of it, how apropos of you to come in at the right time. Some people like concrete naps. Okay, so a viewer's view. Do you have anything to say? I kid you not. Uh, a viewer's view. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna pin my link in the chat. If anyone has anything they want to add to any of my morning stories, feel free to hit the link and let's chit chat about it. As you guys know, I have my goals up. My goals are, if you have learned anything new, feel free to help me reach my goals, which are to possibly help you learn something new that you may have missed. And if there's something that I may have missed, come up and let's chit chat about it. Okay, so the link is pinned. And please hit the like button. Okay, so let me start with my. I am really kind of. Oh, I have someone in the back. Hold on. Hey, Wig.
Hey, boo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, y'all out there in TV land. How y'all doing? That bitch was eating dirt. When you sent that video to me yesterday or last night, I looked at it and I just said, oh, okay. Because, sometimes I'll send you some stuff that doesn't have, it's kind of random. Like I sent you the one about the little puppies or something,
Mm-hmm.
And so I looked at it and I didn't really read the whole thing. And I said, oh, that lady got smacked. I couldn't figure out who they were. And
Mm-hmm.
then I looked at it again when you just sent the link. And I said, oh, shit, I was sitting on this little piece of gold. These people would get enough with these goddamn mice, putting them in people's faces and
Mm-hmm.
going crazy. Now, did you already know about her with this situation with this?
No, I just happened to see my notifications and I went to see what she was talking about. And she it was a good video. I'm subscribed to her and she has nice little short videos.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, let me find the name of her. Hold on. Let me
Yeah,
since I sent it
it's
to
like
you.
it's like them Atlantic things. People in Atlanta want to get the Street Chronicle, whatever the hell it is. Now we come to find out that the man been sleeping with people and getting people pregnant and all these. See, y'all people trying to be sensationalistic reporters, and you really don't have the skill set to do it. Y'all really don't. Y'all not built for this kind of stuff. That we already know a couple of people on here. The only person that I really like doing these like direct interviews with folks is Benji AdSense. I like that, but he wouldn't do anything like that.
I don't know anything about him. I think he was on his way out when I first came around.
No,
Um,
he came
yeah.
back. He's interesting. But yeah.
Yeah, I hear he was over in LSA trying to get my attention, and I didn't even. I was like, oh, okay. I obviously there's someone I have blocked. I haven't seen anything about it, but okay,
Okay.
do your thing, wear yourself out. I don't know
Oh
you.
my god. Okay, never mind. Let's skip over that. But
Uh-huh.
that person got that's a mush face knockdown, and then she had that
Uh-huh.
mic, and so I'm sure the force of the velocity of that fist going across that microphone that hit her face, and then she went down, and then the back of her head hit the concrete. The concrete, baby. There's nothing that is more of a pain is to hit the concrete with your head. Girl, she had no cushion. What a wig! She had a wig on though, Miss Ronnie Q. So she might not
And
have felt the whole impact.
when she was on Fox News, I was looking to see if her, because she's a light skinned girl. I was looking to
Yeah.
see if she was puffy or bruised up, but she had that little them curly cues hanging all down her forehead, all the way up to the bridge of her nose. So it could have been a forehead, puffy forehead. I don't know.
Oh,
I was trying to find that interview, but they didn't put it up on their little videos. So
I'm sure the lawsuits are going to be coming. All the lawsuits and everything will be coming with that one. So we'll see what happens. But oh my God.
This Tabitha Speaks Politics is the page that I found that on. So that's a good page to subscribe to. I like her.
I do. I like her too. She's very direct. I do like her. She speaks grammatically correct, which is really one thing I really like.
Mm-hmm.
I strive for that, but every now and then I'll slip up.
Yeah, I really like her. You know, she doesn't hold back, and she can do it with grace. So unlike me, I have to cuss a motherfucker out every now and then.
You gotta get down and gotta get gutter with it. I'm trying to get casket ready, Miss Ronnie Q, but it is so hard because the bitches over in the color community trying me, Miss Ronnie Q. I don't even know why.
What's going on in the color community?
Girl, well, I had fucked up the damn food mukbang community. I went over there. I had to cuss out this one girl named Tosh Time and this other girl with the gourd on her neck, I forgot what her name is. I had to get them two bitches together. And so I think I'm a social misfit, Miss Ronnie.
Thank you, Liz. You're a social. I was thanking the Liz for her super sticker. Now, what is going on in the color community?
Okay, well, so what somebody did, and this is very interesting because I think it happened to me over here. I was on a live, on a live. I thought I should just said on a live. I was on a live, and one of the Flying Monkeys, aka that group. One of the members came over to my live and announced that somebody else's live while I was in the middle of my live. Now, mind you, I wasn't really all into the whole catching what people are dropping down, and this was years ago, and then that's kind of brought up the conversation: is it appropriate to announce that you're going live while you're on somebody else's live? Just like you just came on right now. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, Ronnie Q, hey y'all, come over to my coloring channel. I'm getting ready to be live in 5 minutes. Okay, you just started your live. Now what I'm saying is not true, y'all, and don't even care about my coloring shit. Just understand what I'm saying. That is so tacky and disrespectful for somebody to do that. Well, some old bitch over in the goddamn color community thought she wasn't gonna get chin checked. She did that shit to me 2 days ago, and then I went ahead and addressed her. You drop it down. I picked it up and threw it back down. And so I cussed the bitch out, and now she's making she's sending her other flunkies over here to cuss me out, Miss Ronnie Q. I'm like, is this really a real thing? So I'm over there with my boo, my Kim, and then my other people that we have a rapport. So the bitch dropped down and Kim's thing was trying to start some ratchet shit. I was like, oh my goodness. And Kim had to throw people out. Oh my God. But Kim is the one that fucking cussed out goddamn Kwani and then blocked her from my channel. I was like, my God. So Kim ain't scared, okay? But the colored people is messy as fuck too. Fuck them. I mean, not everybody, but yeah, this bitch, I'm like, I'm come over here to color, to do some calmness, to mix my colors, buy my coloring books and my crayons, and sit in the corner and just have a nice day. Jay coming over there for me, Miss Ronnie Q.
You got people lighting crayons with lighters and shit, slinging hot wax and stuff. It would take you to corrupt the coloring section.
I'm ratchet. I can't even sit down in my old age and get casket ready. I was in the makeup community. The people would say they sending stuff out. They don't send it out. You give them money to buy makeup, they don't do it. I was in the wig community. Bitches cussing people out and shit like that. The same thing. Getting money, people begging for wig money, makeup money. I was in the wig community, makeup community, coupon community, the beef sector. Now I'm in the damn coloring community, and I said mukbang. But I guess I don't know. Is it me? I need, I need to sit my ass down.
There sounds like a common denominator.
It is a common.
I'm
Yes.
not gonna say, but hey,
Right.
Bernice, hey Bush baby and Bernice, go check that video out and come back and let me know what you think. I just dropped it in the link. I
That was a
can't play
fresh knockout. That was a
it.
fresh knockout too. Oh my God! Right in the middle. What, is that in New York? Was she in? What state was she in doing that shit?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but that was definitely straight up. And she paused before she smashed her in the face. She was like I could hear her gears in her mind saying, "I know this bitch did not."
Yeah, that was something else.
Yes.
So what else is new
Oh,
in the sector that is sectoring? Hey, no pressure.
oh, yeah. Well, I didn't really watch too much. I think I was just waiting for the build up. It seemed like I thought that Ness and Wilson had kind of made up. I guess something had happened and they shared information to help each other and they were fine. I heard Ness saying she's okay with Wilson and Wilson saying, "Oh, Ness is nice. She's on my side, like Allstate." But then
Oh
I
my
saw a
God.
video. Yeah, then I saw a video that Ness was saying something, some kind of fake. I don't know. Seemed like they're going back at it. So I don't even know. Is that a play? What they're doing? I don't even know. Something happened, and the other one was helping the other one with some case of legal. It was too much. They did do too much with each other. I don't know.
Now I know what happened. She went in. I know you guys should go over there and watch Stump Downs live from yesterday. It was hilarious. Now,
Yes.
um, oh, it was hilarious. He was talking. Oh my God, he was talking about trade, and he said Jay Wilson was trade, and she. Well, of course, Rico was the first picture of trade, and he had ZX up there, and he had Tommy up there. Then he put Castro up there. That it was so funny. I was like, he is no
Mhm.
good. He is no good.
He's
Hold
so
on.
messy. He's
Yeah, he
he's
is extremely messy.
but he knows how to bring it in and then set it up and stuff. See, I almost fell into that Stump already know he if he won't come for me, you can come for me, Stump. But anyway, I don't think he is. But anyway, he sets it up nicely. And because even the thing with Castro and Tommy, how I thought he was going to be more so on Tommy's side, but then I was like, now Stump, this is not. I'm thinking something's getting ready to happen. Baby, he was dragging Castro, and then all of a sudden he turned on Tommy when that some lady, I don't forgot her name, some big
Oh, that
talented
crazy
lady.
lady. Yeah.
Yeah, she came for Deanna, and I didn't even wasn't even checking for her. I didn't even know anything. So Deanna got her
And
shit together. Hmm?
it was so funny when he brought her up on his panel. And I'm
Mhm.
sitting like there, like, who is
Oh,
this? And then she's telling her whole life story, and my cousin, niece, nephew, and they grandbaby, and you got, he said, go ahead and get to the story. Go ahead and get
enough
to the
already.
story.
No, no, no. We
And
need to move it along. We need to move it along. No, 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 no. And then we had a threesome, and
I was like, wait a minute. She cleared up everything about who it's we had a threesome. I didn't know who the we was. I'm like, bitch, be more specific about what you talking about right here. And then Stomp Down summarily threw her ass off the panel and cussed her
which
out.
I cracked up.
Oh my God. That it was so funny. And she's I just go on my channel and tell the story.
Mhm.
I was like, oh my God, we don't know who you are, lady. So
Nobody knows.
this was
And
your
the
only
first time I
chance
heard
to
about
tell your story.
right, and the first time I heard about it when Deanna said, "See, I bet you had it in the title." This old bitch that said something cuts me and a view is a view out, and I'm like, "Who the hell is this bitch?" But apparently, so I was on Tommy's live one time because I was moderator for Tommy and Castro. So at the same time, but I met both. I met Tommy through that. Now I see through fuck shit, and I like a good messy situation, entertainment. So y'all, I'm just messy as shit. I ain't got shit else to do. So I'm just, I'm sitting there, and then all of a sudden, Deanna says something about, look at this bitch. And I went over there, and she dragging me. And I'm like, bitch, I don't even know. See, that's a definite example of a clout chaser, somebody that's trying to get jumped into the beef sector and shit like that. Bitches, I'm not the one, because I ain't even really feeling all this goddamn shit. I think it's so dumb for y'all to be talking about, oh, I'm an OG, oh, beef sector and all that kind of shit. It is what it is. Just accept it and then fucking keep it moving. This is not a goddamn sorority and fraternity and shit. The fuck? Y'all take this shit way too far. This ain't no
goals. This ain't no goals.
It's no goals. This is like, oh, this, you can put this on your resume. You goddamn beef sector content creator or whatever sector.
I'm OG beef sector.
Bitch, I'm OG.
2.0. And that cracked me up when James was like, Ness, how you trying to reconfigure yourself that you are 2.0 and coming in because you see some younger people coming in? He was like, your old ass is old school beef sector. Hey, Unbothered. Hey, Sassy. And Bernice Grand Rising. So he cracked me up and like, you trying to recreate the wheel. Heifer, you've been here ever since Craig been here. So you are no new school 2.0 beef sector. So
why is everybody trying to be 20 and 30 years old? That's the one thing that I didn't like Nico hanging around with, and y'all bitches, y'all hanging around with, they're not young. These people that y'all are looking up to, them bitches is middle age, getting ready to 30s and late 30s, trying to still stay they 20 something, 29. Bitches, y'all are older, and that's not even because in perspective to me, y'all still are. Y'all are not young. And then some bitch gonna call me on something, why you hanging out with them young people? And I'm like, what young people? You making it sound like I'm hanging around with somebody 17, 18, 19. These bitches on here are at least over 25 and 30. And they trying to be like they're younger. So I don't know. And I don't really want to be on here like this acting a goddamn donkey. No, I really don't. But the one thing, go ahead.
It's funny because when we were in our 20s and 30s, we were in the streets. We didn't have it wasn't no YouTube like it was when we were 20 and 30s. But I sure wasn't trying to sit up behind people who were in older than me by 10 or 15 years. And we ain't got nothing in common. And we don't have nothing in common now.
And they are most of them. Okay, I'm going to just do like a random look up in the air and pull out a number. Most of these bitches on here is like in their 40s, mid 40s, and they still claiming mid 30s, and they still trying to hang around with people that are mid 20s. So, and the people that are really extreme, the people that are jumping out now are like 60s, 50s, late 50s, or early 60s. So, but anyway, the thing that I'm trying to say is, this is not a place to want to be proud of. Like, you can't put this on a resume, not unless you're trying to be in social media. But this is not the place to start your social media platform. Being a celebrity, goddamn motherfucker. I don't know. It's just dumb. So I just entertain it and everything. But
this is your legacy channel of views.
I'm leaving it to leaving it to the family, the legacy.
No, to your eggs. I was going to say seeds. Your eggs.
And you know what? Every time she said that shit, I get disgusted. Why the fuck are you talking about your eggs and then my eggs? Girl, that's, I've heard her say a lot of stupid shit, but that shit is really dumb. Your eggs. It makes you sound really ignorant when you keep saying that shit. Nobody really, because it points me to you being fertile. Anyway, that's gonna take us to another conversation. And I'm trying to get casket ready, Miss Ronnie Q. These bitches is killing my goddamn nerve. So I don't know. I have to find a new community because I'm still staying in the color community, but these people, I'm going into the plant community. That's why I'm going to do some plants, Miss Ronnie Q.
Yeah, plants are nice. I just got me some more seeds in yesterday. Now, my lotus seeds, girl, they are growing. Did you remember, was that you who I was talking about, the lotus flowers that I got? Okay, so girl, those things are growing so tall. I'm waiting for them to get the roots showing, and then I'll plant them. You know, you just have to soak them in water, and by the second day, I saw them. You know, you have to. Mine already came with the tops of them. They had like a little hole in them so they could get out. But if you just buy them from certain people, you gotta like scratch the seed on the concrete to open up a little hole so they can come out. Girl, they so tall, I had to add extra water because they coming out of the water. I guess they supposed to come out of the water, but they don't have the roots yet. So I did the research. Remember, just read my book said that you have to have it in. It's good if they grow in mud. So I caught a few videos, and I'm gonna get some clay soil to put on top of the muddy like soil, so the little water won't be all you know, cloudy and stuff. So
murky.
Yeah. Yeah. So, girl, I can't wait to plant them.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's what I'm gonna get it.
All of my other flowers that they're coming up where I planted. I think 3 weeks ago, I planted. So, girl, I be out here watching flowers grow.
Yeah.
You need to.
Now, if they coming for us while we watching flowers grow, they got a problem because I'm not bothering nobody. If anything, I'm disturbing the dirt. I'm taking my hoe and put it down and you know, it's stuff that you're supposed to do. And the narratives are you really need to make something out of nothing, and you can like buy plants and then like split them, root them. You know, that's the kind of conversation that I want to have now because I just the hell if I get kicked out of the damn plant community. I'm trying to get cancer get ready too. I don't know, but have you done an avocado tree, avocado plant?
No, I
This
don't
is
even
an
eat
avocado
avocados. I don't even eat avocados.
You can't eat them. Oh,
I can eat them. I just haven't eaten them. I've eaten guacamole. That's the closest I've gotten to avocado.
yeah. Well, that's all you need. Okay, so you can eat guacamole, yeah, but you have never made it or something because you're in California. Girl.
Yeah, but it just what I don't know. Avocados, I know some people who can just peel them and spoon them up and eat them. That it just didn't appeal to me. I guess because the color of them.
No, well, they make them fancier now because you can add a lot of different spices with them and do a lot of stuff. Make a salsa of, I mean, not a well, a guacamole, and you can make your signature guacamole with it. And
Pimp Ty said it can get dangerous in the plant communities. They walking around there with them forks and stuff. They'll snatch you up.
Oh my God, I'm gonna get stabbed. But with a hoe and a rake. Oh my God, I gotta be careful. A shovel. And you know, a shovel, I bought a shovel the other day, $15. I was like, damn, why can't I find an inexpensive hobby? I can't.
Now, Liz Livo said that avocados are easy to grow.
Hi, Liz. Yeah, that's what I heard. And actually, I grew a plant years ago, but you have to do it right if you want to, because you can have an avocado plant or you can have an avocado tree, and they are easy to go. Because what I need to go find me is 3 toothpicks so I can put half of this in water and then have the other half, the stem part, stick up. And then after like a week or something like that, it'll start rooting. It'll crack open, well, just a little bit, and then a little root thing will come in. But you have to kind of pinch it so that it won't be just one tall tree because they need light. These things need full sun. So
now, Liz Lyro says she's nursing her orchids right now. It's funny. Ooh. I just watched a guy. He found some orchids, and he was letting you know, like somebody had put them out in the trash, and it was 3 pots, and one of them he said he could save, and he cut all the dead roots off, and then he soaked them in some water with cinnamon in it, and he washed them in that. He said that helps get all the fungus and the bacteria out, and then he made another mixture of breadcrumbs, water, and cinnamon, some more cinnamon, and then he strained it, and then he soaked the whole plant in there overnight to let it suck up all the nourishment. And then when he potted it in they don't go in soil, they go in that, I don't know what it's called, the orchid stuff. He planted it, and then he had it, he would feed it the breadcrumbs water. And that orchid, it grew like he did a time lapse a month. And it was just amazing how you saw the little buds coming out of that. Liz, have you heard about, hey T Danielle, have you heard about the breadcrumbs and cinnamon potion? It's supposed to kill all the bacteria and fungus off the orchid.
I can tell you this, Miss Ronnie Q. Orchids are extremely hard to maintain, and so for that person to do that, that person has definitely put the time and the work in. Those are, if you can grow orchids, I don't know if you watch Columbo. Anyway, never mind. But there was a murder case where this man was an orchid producer, and he committed this crime, and he ended up hiding a murder weapon in his orchid plant room or whatever. That's beside the point. But anyway, it was an interesting case.
Now, Liz want to know: do you have a greenhouse?
Greenhouse. See, that's he hid the gun in the greenhouse that had orchids. No, I can have one. I can have whatever I want, and those are not expensive to create. It's basically just a wooden hutch or something like that, and you put screens around it, but you have to maintain a certain climate. Orchids are highly sensitive to a lot of stuff, and a lot of people that become orchid horticulturists, and if you do it as a business, it's very profitable because they're so beautiful. They don't last long if you just get them like you buy somebody an orchid and they don't, do anything with it. It's gonna be like, bitch, I'm out. But that's like the Cadillac of the plants because it's a flower and it's a plant and it's I see you. I see you.
One of my friends, her mother's house, her mother just passed away. And maybe about a year or two ago. And I was in her backyard and I looked at this wall. You know how they have the cinder block walls separating properties, and all climbing over this wall was nothing but beautiful orchids. And I looked and I was like, I said, are those orchids? And it was so many orchids, and you see all of their roots all out. You know what I'm saying? It was a whole wall full of orchids. And she said that those orchids had been growing there since she was a child. And she was in her 60s. So her mother, was still in the same house. It was just, I never seen it. And you know what other flower I like?
What?
It's that grows kind of wild. I can't remember the name of it.
What colors?
Is it it's fuchsia color. And it has thorns in it.
Ooh,
I think it's what is it? Bonavilla plant, Liz. That fuchsia plant that it just grows everywhere. I think it's what is it called? And it grows everywhere. It is wild, and it's something good that you would. What is that fucking plant? Anyway, it's good to plant around your house and stuff. You know how people have shrubbery around their house, and it's useless. It just help hide a robber or something that somebody want to rob your house. Bonavilla. Yes. It's fuchsia. It has a fuchsia flower on it, but girl, it got some thick, long thorns. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. When I was a little girl, we there was a certain particular area in the garden that my grandmother had, and it grew berries, blackberries, and a whole bunch of other berries, and honeysuckles and stuff like that. That's another fond memory that I have. That. You remember
Bernadette was talking about memories that it's crazy that kids nowadays will never have, and she was talking about you still got that scar on your knee or your elbow from falling down, and you can pinpoint exactly what you was doing when you fell and did, because you was outside. Yeah, outside.
outside.
Hey, soul sister, number one, you were outside doing things, riding your skateboards,
Mm-hmm.
riding on the handlebars of a bike, while somebody else was driving and they hitting the brakes real hard, and you flying off.
Mm-hmm.
And shoot, I remember we used to have this thing where we used to. Did y'all used to do this? Go to the our elementary school when I was young, they had an open park. It was right on
Yeah.
the side of the school, so it wasn't chained in, it wasn't fenced in. You can just go to the park, and
Mm-hmm.
it had a gate from the school to the park, and you could go to the park any day of the week. It had nothing to do with the school, and we used to get on the swings. And did you have somebody stand on your lap, and they as you swung,
What's
and they
the
would
thing
pump
to make you go for? It's
they would
philosophy.
pump
It's science. Yeah,
they
you go
would pump
higher.
their legs up and down.
Yes. Oh my God.
We called it pumping, and they
Uh-huh.
were pump. And girl, them swings used to go so high.
You
Yeah,
could
girl.
hear. You could
Yeah.
hear the noise of the chains and all,
Mhm.
it was so fun because you start it like a pendulum. Yes,
Uh-huh.
Miss Ronnie Q. That is
Yes.
so fun.
That
Okay,
was
okay, I'm
fun.
next. I'm next. No, 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 no. Okay, you done had your turn. I'm talking like I was a kid, y'all. You
Yeah,
remember?
that was really fun. Yeah. What
You was
else?
a pumper or you just sat there, but yeah.
Oh, I remember one time where I used to be I'm afraid of heights now, and it
Yeah.
was a real tall it was a real tall slide, and I was like real nervous. And then I can't let nobody know I'm nervous, and
Mm.
and that's the thing that it's some freeways that I can't even look down, because if I look down, I can see my hands going the direction of my I can see my hands on the steering wheel going the direction of my eyes, because it just like I get mesmerized or something.
Like
So
Joyce.
it's
Like
it's
Joyce
some
had to call Wilson
overpass.
to come help her off the
It's
bridge.
some it's some overpasses that I refuse to look
Okay, there you
down
go.
over, because they are so tall in LA. I will not look down, because I'm afraid that I would go
You
down. So I
can't.
get on top of this slide, girl, and I'm looking down, and the next thing I know, crack, I'm on the floor, on the ground. I done fell off the top of the slide. Yep. You know how you sit down and get your position
Mhm.
before you say, girl, I was over the side.
Well,
I
Joyce
didn't.
did the same thing. She had to call Jay Wilson and Mark to come and get her because she was driving and she couldn't go across the bridge. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember it. I just remember it being stated by him 500 times after they fell out.
95,000.
Yeah, I wasn't around when it happened. I remember
Well,
him speaking on it a million times.
that's a real thing. I think it's called
Bougainvillea. Yeah,
okay.
Bougainvillea.
That's a
Thank
real
you,
thing
Liz.
because when I went to the Grand Canyon, I was, you walk up to the little edge that has the fence area, whatever, and it goes around the whole. It's big, it's huge, and it is something about when I walked up to it the first time I had ever seen something like that. I walked up to it. Everything is, you can't just go to the edge of it.
Hmm.
And I was looking down, and Miss Ronnie Q, I swear I wanted to keep going down. And your eyes make you just feel like you want to go down. I'm like, I'm gonna fall over here. No, I can't. It draws.
Yeah,
It's like a magnet, and then wherever you
yeah,
walk, I know what you're talking about. I think it's called something. I don't know, but yeah,
yeah. It's like you almost in a trance. Like, oh shit. Yeah, I don't
yeah.
know. But I just won't look down. Now, blackberry picking was fun. Bernice said, yes, it was. I remember we used
Yeah.
to pick blackberries all the time when we
Mhm.
went down south, and they were everywhere, just
It was so
everywhere.
delicious. Yeah.
Hmm.
You just didn't eat the one that had the white stuff on it because that was bird shit. But you were supposed to take them home to
You're
wash them.
supposed
But
to take them home to wash them,
yeah,
and
but
what we
as
did,
a
we just
kid,
wipe them off on our clothes and stuff, and
uh-huh.
all our shirts and stuff had blueberry stains on them and stuff, and we get fussed at. Yeah, but They knew what it was.
When
And
I was
then,
a little,
when you realize that the cows are eating off the blueberry off the blueberry bush.
when I was little,
Girl,
I lived in Simi Valley. Did you? I never
I
told you
know
that,
where
but anyway.
Simi Valley is.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we had nectarine trees in the front yard, and people would always stop by and, can I pull some nectarines off and stuff like that? And girl, we used to always eat them, as kids. Everybody was like, "Oh, y'all got a nectarine tree in your front yard?" I was like, "Yeah." I didn't even know what it was because I'm an East Coast girl, so uh, that's how I was, thinking like this is you got to wash it and all that kind of stuff. But no, they taste good too.
Mhm.
Yeah, nectarines.
Now, when I first, good morning, Sandy and Tebe. When I first moved, I think I was like 12 when we first moved to
Mhm.
California. Girl, our first house had a lemon and a orange tree in the front yard, and it
Mm.
had 9 orange trees in the backyard.
Oh
9.
wow.
And we were
None.
just like, oh, we're gonna have fresh orange, girl. We have fresh orange juice for a good 6 months, and then the gardener had to go back there and pick up all them oranges that was dropping. I mean, you can go
Rotting.
out at we rotten, so yeah, so with no pests come back there and eat them up, girl. We had
Mhm.
oranges all the time.
Mhm.
That orange and lemon tree, it made the lemons kind of sweet too.
Mhm.
I like sour lemons. Yeah, girl.
I do
And
too with the tang.
we had a
Make you go.
plum tree. Don't you love those videos when a baby first tastes a lemon and they be
It's so cute.
now we had a plum tree. Oh my God. Oh my God, that plum tree, it was so hardy. And our next door neighbor was like, "Oh, can we get some plums?" And
Mhm.
they were hanging in their yard anyway. Why you even ask? But they were
Right.
nice. Yeah, they were nice people. So yeah, we had a good plum tree. So
Mhm.
oh, they were so good. Oh.
Okay.
Hey, DC Kool-Aid.
Hey, the reason why I know about Simi Valley, my dad was in the military, so we traveled a lot. So that's why I know. See, you know how you forget? I'm like, these people are like, she never lived in Simi Valley. She
Girl,
doesn't
I
know
know
nothing
Simi
about
Valley.
California.
But
I sure did.
Simi
I've
Valley,
never shared that. Huh?
they built that up a lot. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like, yeah, that
Because
I
like
don't
nobody
know
would know that. Nobody would know about Simi Valley. Like, why would I fucking make it up? But anyway,
unless
they
you from
built it up.
California. Oh
Yeah, you
yeah,
had to think.
girl, it's so many suburbs out there. I mean, it's so many houses and things and different subdivisions and stuff.
Mhm.
It's Simi Valley is like huge now. Now
Yeah.
let me ask a question for DC Kool-Aid. Are you gonna craft with me? Tentatively, the date is on the 18th. I have to double check when just read my book date for crafting is. This is what we're crafting. The supply list is on my community wall with all the cuts. You can have them cut it at Home Depot or Lowe's or wherever you purchase 3 pieces of wood. The wood costs $1.75 where I am, and you need 3 pieces and 3 packs of painting stir sticks. And anybody who's in here, if you want to craft with me, this is a nice little bench that you can put your plants on your porch, on your patio. You can put it on the seats, on the arms. You can hang things off the pickets in the back. It's a beautiful, beautiful bench, and it's very, very easy to make. So we're going to be crafting that tentatively on the 18th of this month. And you need 3 pieces of 1x2 wood. Uh, the cut list is on my community wall, and the rest of the supplies is on my community wall as well. And if you want to make, all you need is a drill, and you're gonna drill. That's it. That's the only thing you need in addition to that. So, if you
I'm
guys want to
looking.
craft with me, please let me know.
I'm looking at my calendar. That's 18. Oh, that's Good
That's a
Friday.
Friday. That's a
That's
Friday.
Good Friday.
Oh, that's Good Friday? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so we're going to be making that.
Okay, because I have a drill, and then I'm gonna join it. I didn't know anything about it because when okay, the elephant in the room when you study crafting and stuff. I mean, I don't want to, I don't know.
Now,
I did that race thing, Miss Ronnie Q.
this is very easy.
Okay.
You can get some of that AC glue. It's kind of like crazy glue. It's exactly like crazy glue, as a matter of fact. It's watery. It has the consistency of crazy glue. You would put a couple of dots on it, and then you would spray the other piece that you want to stick. It has an aerosol and the drops, and once you put the two pieces of wood together, they're stuck. They're stuck like crazy glue. But that will make it easier. You don't have to hold it while you're drilling your holes for the screws. It's already in place. You can pre-drill your holes for your screws and then screw your screws in. It is such an easy project. I hope all of you join me. It's inexpensive. I think the biggest price would be the C1 glue. You can get it at Amazon. That's for you guys who are not who are afraid to challenge yourself by it's just drilling a hole in the wood and then drilling the screw in the hole. That's the hardest part of this whole project.
And you have the list on your wall.
Yeah, go to my community wall. It has the supply list, and it also has all of the cuts that you need to have them make for you. Some of them are, I believe, 19 inches. You need so many pieces that are 19 inches, so many pieces that are 10 inches. That is included in the supply list. Just give it to the man, have him cut your 3 long pieces of wood to those dimensions, and you are going to be ready.
Okay, I'll go to your list and print it out, and I'll get started buying this stuff. So I'll come in there. I'll enter, or not enter, but participate. I will.
Look at Kimberly Black. Yes, my bench. I didn't get an answer from you, DC Kool-Aid. DC Kool-Aid, are you going to participate? You are part of the. That's adorable. Yes, and it really is. And it'll be something good for you guys to have out for the summer. It's almost summertime.
DC Kool-Aid and Lisa, do I need to do a drive down and we can get it going? That would be funny. Yeah, but I mean, we can get together, meet somewhere at a park or something with it. I don't know. I wouldn't mind doing a collab, like a live collab, like I'm hanging out there. Excuse me, with DC Kool-Aid and Lisa.
That would be fun.
That would be fun. Wouldn't it be fun? So let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I have to be on camera. Oh Lord, y'all ain't seen me on camera in 3 years. Oh my God.
DC Kool-Aid, Liz says you have her blocked. No, she's saying hello to you, Liz. She must don't have you blocked.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna do it on my own, because I don't want to be worlds colliding and stuff. Because apparently I'm the damn black sheep of the damn any community. So no, I don't want to get them DC Kool-Aid and Lisa tainted. Y'all, we already met them. We went to lunch, and we had a good time. Yes, yeah, they don't block nobody.
But I need an answer. Look, she went right past me asking about that too. I don't block people. Do you want to do the craft? Is what I'm waiting on the answer to.
They do that. I don't even know what. I think it's the app, because I be asking them questions and shit in the chat. I'm thinking, oh, here they here. Oh, in my posse here. And then I ask and you never hear no answer. So I ain't gonna fuck with y'all. I ain't gonna try to hook up and stuff. No, they're so sweet, but they got a lot of stuff going on. They got baby puppies and little buns and stuff. So I just kind of let it go. I'm not gonna push myself up on them.
Let me see, dang it. Oh, you have a grandbaby.
Look. See right there. We got the grandbaby, then they got the puppies. I have been trying to connect with them on a different type of level, the mukbang and everything. they're so busy and then they had to get Nick to college, and now Nick didn't graduate. I know that high school, they're so precious, but they do a lot. Now that's a family channel that does a lot of positive stuff, and yeah, and I really enjoy watching them. I've been watching them for years. DC Kool-Aid and Lisa, and like I said, I broke bread with them, and they are awesome. That's one of my favorite channels when I just have to calm down after they cussed everybody out and shit. I go over to
yeah, when you then cussed all the crayon people out and Crayola is after you.
I
So
need some more edibles.
let me drop DC Kool-Aid and Lisa's channel in the chat for you.
Yeah.
I need to drop a Views of You channel in the
No,
chat as well.
I don't want no motherfuckers over there. No.
Shut up.
No, you can do it if you want to. No, tell them no. They have to be nice. I don't want any more mean people. I'm so sick of fighting. I ain't that kind of desperate. But
all my life I had to fight. All my life. Okay, here's DC Kool-Aid and Lisa's link.
Yeah.
You can sit down. You can sit down and do this project. You can definitely sit down. How's your knee doing?
Oh, you did? Oh my goodness. See, I didn't even know.
Oh, she's still dealing with the pain. Oh, okay.
Baby.
Now that's understandable.
That sure is.
Because that ain't no joke, that type of pain.
My shoulder just finally feeling better, and that was 3 years ago. So yeah, it's a process. So DC, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I understand too.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you feel better soon.
Real life events. Okay. At least that let us know that she got her body checked and getting things done and stuff. And like some people sit, I don't know how some people just sit in their chair for 8 or 9 hours on the YouTube talking smack and repeating the same thing, regurgitating foolery and fuck shit, and they do it for weeks and months and years. And I'm like, did you get yourself checked out? Yeah, no, it's the beginning. It's still the beginning of the year. It's not too late to get a physical and see what the fuck you're working with before you let something ailment or disease consume your body. Your toe hurt. Your toe been hurting for 4 years. Now all of a sudden you got to get it cut off. That don't even make sense. As soon as something have hurt on me, I'm going to the doctor, girl.
I know that's right, because I cannot stand pain.
And it gets worse. It doesn't get better. Pain does not, like all of a sudden, oh, here's your pain. Oh, you got this. How people got these goddamn ball mouths and shit.
I have a low tolerance for pain.
34 years old with no teeth in your motherfucking mouth. It started with a pain. Oh, my tooth hurt. That means you go one tooth, the next tooth, and the third tooth. And then by the time that it is so excruciating. You're in such excruciating pain. I can't understand that word right.
Excruciating. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
Look at me helping somebody. Excruciating. What is that flower? Bovandita? Bovadata? Bovandilla. Oh, listen, I forgot it all up.
Okay, we can laugh at each other. We can, but they can't. They can't laugh at us. Oh, them old biddies over there, whatever. Y'all hope you live to be our ages. And Ronnie Q is my little teenager girlfriend.
Get old or die young. Make your choice. That's all I have to say.
Right.
I'm old. Get old or die young. And it's too late for half of them to die young because they ain't young.
They already got illnesses that infested up into their goddamn body and core and shit. Fuck it. We just watch. I'm an orchid, bitch. Okay, orchids are very hard to grow and they're very hard to last long. So, bitch, I'm treating myself like an orchid. Okay? Y'all treating yourself like goddamn weeds and shit. Whackers are coming in for you. Why am I being like so extra this morning, Ronnie Q?
I don't know if you.
You're never gonna talk about plants, so I'm happy. So I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta do my due diligence. I need to get at least 2 miles in walking.
Walk as you listen.
Okay, thank you, baby. All right, thank you for entertaining me. And bye, y'all in TV land. Y'all have a good day and drink some water and get your ass up out them damn chairs and shit. Anyway, all right, I'll talk to you. No, she's in a wheelchair. Ronnie Q's supposed to be in a wheelchair. She's not. I'm gonna need a wheelchair.
Shut up, girl. You crazy. All right,
I,
viewers and
I,
views. Good talking with you. Okay, so now on a serious note, the reason I named my video "Never Forget," while it appears they have themselves, we always hear this "never forget" when it comes to the Holocaust, and I don't think many people are prone to forget the Holocaust because uh, I'm gonna say they act like this is the only genocide that has happened, but they always tell us to, uh, oh, forget about it. Oh, well, none of my relatives owned slaves, or I didn't own the slaves, so why are you talking about it? They always want us to forget about it. Uh, let's delve into what this never forget really means. Um, let me find this. I'm just going to read a little bit of what the statement never forget is supposed to mean to everyone. We can only never forget certain people's tragedies. Okay, by Elihu Fink. This is from the Times of Israel. So, you Shoah, what, Yom Shoah, a slogan, never forget. Oh, I guess that's what I guess that's how they say it in Hebrew. Let me enlarge this because I'm wondering, have they forgotten themselves? Is my point. Okay, is an old slogan for a Jewish holiday. Us Jews, we never forget anything. We have very long memories. We don't need to say never forget to remember Yom Kippur every year, nor do we need a slogan to remind us to like, I don't know what kind of Chanukah, I don't know, candles, to host a a Seder. We are very good at remembering both the good times and the bad. Indeed, never forget seems superfluous, but I think I can explain it. Let me see. He goes on to say, never forget is not a slogan for those who are Jewish and won't ever forget. The slogan is for everybody else. We are reminding the rest of the world that they cannot forget the Holocaust. We are not reminding them so that they should mourn with us. We can't expect that kind of empathy from the rest of the world. We are reminding the world about the Holocaust so that it should never happen again to anyone else. Okay. So the link is in the chat if you want to read the rest of this. But I thought that this was important for me to let you know what they say that it means. So let me share this with you. And I'm wondering, do they remember what it means themselves? So here we go right here. Democracy Now! If you're not subscribed, you may want to go check them out. You may or may not like them, but go check them out.
Israel's killed at least 56 Palestinians over the past 24 hours as Israel will have more on this story later in the broadcast. In Gaza, Israel's killed at least 56 Palestinians over the past 24 hours as Israel expands its ground invasion. Overnight, Israel struck a tent housing journalists near Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. The blast set off a fire that killed 2 people, including the journalist Helmi Al-Fakawi, who was burned alive. Another journalist, Hassan Eslaya, was seriously wounded in the attack. Meanwhile, outrage is growing over Israel's killing of 15 Palestinian medics and emergency workers in Gaza, who were discovered in an unmarked mass grave last week. Footage recovered of the attack show the ambulances in the convoy had their lights on when Israeli troops opened fire. Israel initially claimed the convoy had suspiciously approached the troops with their lights off. On Saturday,
They did not change the story until this footage came out. One of the people, one of the paramedics, or they had paramedics and they had paramedics and other health aid workers in this caravan. And I think you guys may remember the story where I showed you that they had dug up all of these 15 bodies and their ambulances. They buried the ambulances too. So the Jewish people came out. They came out with a story that they didn't know who they were. These people came upon them. They didn't have their lights or sirens on, so they didn't know that they were medics. Three medics and obviously 12 paramedics, and they didn't have their lights on and their sirens on, and they thought that they were being ambushed, and that it was that reason why they opened fire on them. And then the footage came out of one of the paramedics who was unalived, that they definitely had their lights and sirens on. It was at that moment that they admitted that I don't even think they've still admitted it as of yet. That was their last statement, that they didn't have their lights and sirens on. This video has come out to disprove that. And if you watch closely, you can see some of the paramedics rushing out of their vehicles. They opened fire on their vehicles, and then when they unearthed these bodies, some of them were had what are those? They were cuffed behind their backs, and most of them were shot in the head or in the chest. So what are we doing here? All of this happened. This story was reported on yesterday as Netanyahu is sitting up in our White House, unbothered. Netanyahu, who flew to America, who had to take a obscure route because he was afraid to fly across certain nations where if his plane had to make an emergency stop, he would be arrested, because many nations have an arrest warrant out for him for crimes against humanity. But he's sitting up in the White House with a smile on his face, like he Big Daddy coming to visit his wayward son. Okay, so that's what I mean. I wonder if they remember. At Grand Rising, my spelling needs help. Grand Rising Madison. So I just wondered, did you guys know about that? So this man used to be in Netanyahu. Okay, let's go back and let's watch the paramedics running for their lives. The person who filmed this, his last words into his own camera was, "Mama, forgive me. I had to take this job to help people," or something to that effect. He was talking to his mother and saying, "Please forgive me," because he knew that this was going to break his mother's heart, and I had to take this job to help people. I'm not saying it verbatim. I don't know where exactly I saw his last words. I thought it was on this one, but let's see what happened.
Gaza, who were discovered in an unmarked mass grave last week. Footage recovered of the attack show the ambulances in the convoy had their lights on when Israeli troops opened fire. Israel initially claimed the convoy had suspiciously approached the troops with their lights off. On Saturday, the longtime Palestinian politician and Dr. Mustafa Barghouti marched in a protest in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
The Israeli army committed a terrible war crime by attacking first aid providers and medics in the Red Crescent Society while they were in their ambulances, clearly marked with their sirens on, with their lights on. Nevertheless, they attacked them and killed them one after the other. And after killing them, and maybe some of them were still wounded, they buried them with sand, they and their ambulances. What the Israeli army did in Rafah, and that's what New York Times have exposed, was a terrible war crime.
In other news from Gaza, health officials are warning at least 600,000 children in Gaza at risk of permanent paralysis because Israel's barring the entry of polio vaccines to Gaza as part of its broader blockade. According to the UN relief agency UNRWA, Israeli attacks have killed or injured at least 100 children in Gaza every day since Israel broke the ceasefire in mid-March. This comes...
Who broke the ceasefire in mid-March? What reason did they give for breaking this ceasefire in mid-March? Because they wanted to go on and do their final solution. That's why they broke it. That's exactly why they broke it. 100 children killed a day. So are they still defending themselves now? As Netanyahu sits his ass up in the White House? Let's continue.
As President Trump's hosting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House today. Netanyahu took a longer than usual flight path from Hungary to avoid flying over countries, including Ireland and Iceland, that might enforce an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court if the plane had to make an emergency landing. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli soldiers have shot dead a 14-year-old Palestinian-American boy named Omar Mohammed Rabia during a raid near the town of Trumasaya. Two other Palestinians...
Why would they do that? Ask yourself, why would they do that? What words would they use out of their own mouth to justify this? Let's find out. Let's find out what happened that they did this to a 14-year-old American Palestinian. I'm not going to tell you. I want you to hear what they said, why they did this.
Palestinian American boys, aged 14 and 15, were injured. The Palestinian Foreign Ministry condemned what it called the extrajudicial killing of the boy, who is a U.S. citizen. Israel acknowledged shooting the boys, who they accused of throwing rocks. Meanwhile, Reuters is...
They threw rocks. Okay.
Reporting the Trump administration's moving forward with a plan to send 20,000 assault rifles to Israel. The Biden administration had paused the shipment out of fear the guns could end up in the hands of violent Israeli settlers. The UK's foreign secretary condemned it.
20,000 assault rifles. They need 20,000 assault rifles. So, what's going on here? Netanyahu recently said that he thought that Trump's plan for Gaza was a great plan. You know, the plan that this is great waterfront property and you need to move them out of here. I had to play these videos with Jared Kushner and had said that many months before the election. I have played this, and they act as if the first time they heard this was recently. They been knew that that was their plan. So, at what time? I mean, we've seen plenty of genocides in our lifetime. Maybe we were too young to have a voice to it, to put a voice to it, like the genocide in Rwanda, the genocide, yeah, the Armenian genocide. Uh, but at what point does this continue? Grand Rising, Ray Black, Grand Rising, Very Carey. Um, so it's unfortunate that students, college students, who give voice to this and in support of the humanitarian uh, plight of the Palestinian, are by our government who is helping Israel with their weapons to attack the Palestinians. And when people speak out about it being wrong, our government are disappearing the people. Our government are acting as the people who are defending the people on this end of what appears to be nothing but genocide. They are equated to a terrorist. So what if that had happened when people were standing up for the Jewish people when it was happening to them? Uh, so all of this never forget stuff. Maybe they don't remember everything. Maybe they are the ones who have forgotten. Because I just find that this is just mind blowing. I really find that this is mind blowing. They always want to bring up what happened to them, but they never want to look at what they're doing to others. And not only are they shooting at are they attacking the Palestinians, they're also attacking Yemen. Um, uh, uh, oh God, Syria, all these different places surrounding them. So I just wanted to bring you guys that. I just wanted to speak on that because I think that it needs to be spoken on. I think too many people are ignoring this, and it's crazy to me. So let's see what Netanyahu had to say as he sat comfortably in the White House. Uh, Let me get beyond this commercial and I'll start this. Okay, hold on one second. Are you guys still with me? Oh God, another commercial. My goodness. Every time I try to take it to the beginning, it gives me another commercial. I don't want no another commercial. Okay, let me make sure I'm sharing this with you guys. Okay. Here we go.
Tariffs, subject of some interest today. I can tell you that I said to the president a very simple thing. We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're
All of a sudden, we will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We think it's the right thing to do. Okay, how are you going to eliminate it? How are you going to eliminate the trade debt? You're going to buy arms from the United States? Is that what you're going to do? Since you guys are partnering in this party city that y'all have planned for Gaza? Okay, let's continue. I'm just asking. I want to know.
we're going to also eliminate trade barriers, a variety of trade barriers that have been put up unnecessarily. And I think Israel can serve as a model for many countries who ought to do the same. I recognize that.
Okay, so it's a model for other countries that ought to do the same. Well, no other country is getting assistance from the United States, such as Israel is. So it's easy for you to think that other countries ought to do the same because the current administration, the past administration has helped you to get to where you are, your wet dream about eliminating the Palestinians off of their lands. I'm pretty sure that you feel that I'm pretty sure if you had a president who was giving you pushback and telling you that you need to cease fire, that you need to quit encroaching on their lands, you wouldn't feel this way. If that's just my opinion. Let's continue.
The position of the United States, it says, we're allowing other countries to put tariffs on us, but we don't put tariffs on them. And, I'm a free trade champion, and free trade has to be fair trade. And I think that's basically.
You're a free trade champion, but you restrict the movement of the Palestinian people. What can they freely trade? Since you champion free trade, you don't even champion free life. You don't even champion free work. You don't even champion the fact that they can have power 24 hours a day. You don't even champion giving them the humanitarian aid, which has them starving to death. But you want to come up here and talk about free trade? Are we serious? And everybody's sitting up there quiet and not asking him. Let me see. I don't think anyone asked him if he believes in such free trade. How come he's not giving that free food that has been given to the Palestinians to save their lives? How come he says that they're not getting any more food, allegedly? If he believes in free trade. Let's continue.
The position that you have put forward, Mr. President, we are going to eliminate the tariffs, and rapidly. I had the opportunity to speak to Secretary Lutnick yesterday. We talked about how we could affect this quickly, and I hope to bring the solution very quickly. We're not talking about.
What solution do you hope to bring very quickly? Eliminating free trade? Is that the solution that you hope to execute quickly, or eliminating the Palestinians? Is that the solution that you hope to execute very quickly? Which solution? Will you only eliminate the free trade barrier after you have been assisted by the United States to achieve your goal of ridding the Palestinians from Gaza? Is that are they intertwined? Is that the point where very soon can be right now? Why is this we will eliminate it quickly? Not today, not by the 31st, the 30th of April. No, very soon. When is very soon? It seems like one hand has to wash the other for this to be eliminated, in my opinion.
Intentions. We're not talking about just words. We're talking about results, and those results are going to come back. So that's the first.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
We're talking about results, and those results are going to come. Now, here comes this doofus talking about everything, anything, all of his gripes and all of his bemoaning. Now, you see the short amount of time that is taken up, what he had to say. He ain't got much to say because he know he's sitting next to an idiot that would say everything else. So let me get to the, let me see. Let's get the
Thank
money.
you. Thank you.
Mr. President, what about the hostages deal?
Well,
What about the hostages?
Didn't finish. I'm going to begin. We spoke about not only the hostages, but about Gaza. The hostages obviously is a human story of just unbearable agony. I speak to the family.
The hostage is a unbearable agony.
I spoke to them yesterday. Spoke to another one when I was in Hungary before I came here. I speak to them every day. They're in agony. The hostages are in agony, and we want to get them all out. Steve Witkoff was President Trump's very able representative, helped us get a deal that got 25 out. We're working now on another deal that we hope will succeed, and we're committed.
What deal are you working on that you hope will succeed? You were the one who broke the ceasefire, but now you're working on another deal. Who you working on this other deal that you hope will succeed with? What is this other deal that he's working on? I'm pretty sure it's not an agreement that is brokered with the Palestinians. I'm pretty sure we are to believe that he's working on another deal. I think this deal is going to be carnage. I just do.
To getting all the hostages out, but also eliminating the evil tyranny of Hamas in
getting all the hostages out, but eliminating all the evil, the tyranny of Hamas. Okay, so Israel had soldiers all over their border, and they have the Iron Dome, and they have everything that it takes to defend their lands. And all of a sudden, paratroopers are allowed to drop down at a festival, and all of this happened. Are we going to forget that some Israeli people are like, what the fuck happened? How did this happen? And so what I posed to you yesterday, that a lot of people have questions about how this even happened. Could that have been a means to an end for the final end? I don't know. But they have questions themselves of how these Palestinians were able to do the things that they did. They have no sophisticated weapons, but they were able to fly into Israel on basically kites and carry out what they did. So how did they not know? With all the intelligence that they have at their disposal, how did they not know? I don't know. But he's going to end all the carnage of Hamas. The people are living on a small swath of land, starving to death. You haven't weeded out Hamas as of yet. I understand that they see all children as Hamas members by the age of 12 or 13 or whatever. They try to say by that age, but they don't care about any children in Gaza. So they try to say that they are already corrupted by Hamas at early ages. If you live in a land where you see this happening to everyone around you every single day, and all you guys are doing is trying to move around to survive, what do you think you're instilling in the children? What do you think what you guys are doing to the Palestinian people is instilling in the children? You want to say that Hamas is instilling this into the children. But I offer that you guys are instilling some things into the children with all of this carnage. And they're going to grow up to understand or be taught or be told why what happened to them happened to them. But what you're not going to be able to take out of their mind is their lived experience of what you put them through, the things that they have had to see. You're not going to be able to take that away from them. But you're going to blame it on Hamas. At what point do we start talking sense in this whole back and forth? So they put it out in the open, and nobody is rising up against this because 45, 47 is trying to terrorize you from using your free speech to say that this is wrong. That what's going on is wrong. Because he feels he doesn't feel that life is important. All he cares about is land and real estate development. Damn the motherfucking people. So this is disgusting to me, and I'm just gonna say it's very disgusting to me that nobody has the common sense to step in and stop this. There at no point do you hear him saying that he needs to go back and stop shooting at them. He needs to continue his ceasefire that he broke. At no time have we been given a reason why he broke his ceasefire. He never said that they were attacking me, so that I had to break. No, at no time. It was just we are to understand he broke his ceasefire because he felt like breaking his ceasefire. This is 2025. This is 2025. How many of your grandparents, parents, great grandparents went over to World War II to stop the shit that was happening to the Jewish people? How many of your great grandparents or grandparents didn't even come back from that war to go over there to stop what was happening to the Jewish people when genocide was set upon them? How many Americans fought and died to save them? So, never forget. Yeah, never forget. The link is in my description box. I do not want to continue to hear this idiot talk. Hey, LaShonda Allen, Grand Rising. I just had to talk about that. Okay, let me make sure I'm not missing any comments. Okay, so check your history. Yeah, so this is something that I wanted to. Now, let's talk about these tariffs. Yesterday, 45, 47, yesterday, China came out with its own 34% tariffs on the United States. And then 45, 47 said that if they put any tariffs on him, that he would put another 50% tariffs on China. So he's already have a 34% tariff on China. So after they gave him the same thing that we gave China, he says that he's going to add the 50% tariff on China on top of the 34%, and knowing full well. So that's an 85% tariff on China. Who is that hurting? Who is that hurting? Who's paying that? See, it's more working class and poor people who consume goods than the rich people. See, the rich people don't consume as many goods and services than the average American and the poor Americans. So who's paying all of these tariffs? Okay, so let me make sure I'm sharing this. Okay, I'm sharing this. So here we go. Let's check this out.
Meantime, let's talk about what's going on with China, because they are now vowing a...
Hold on, I have that too fast.
Let's talk about what's going on with China, because they are now vowing a strong response to President Trump's latest threat to escalate tariffs. According to CNBC's translation, the country's Commerce Ministry calling that a, quote, mistake on top of a mistake. The ministry saying if the U.S. insists on its own way, China will fight to the end. Now, the comments coming after President Trump said he'd hit China with an additional 50% tariff if China doesn't cancel its retaliatory 34% tariffs on American products. Take a look at President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday talking all about it.
Would you be open to a pause in tariffs to allow for negotiations?
Well, we're not looking at that. We have many countries that are coming to negotiate deals with us, and they're going to be fair deals. And in certain cases, they're going to be paying substantial tariffs. There'll be fair deals.
That's your first. Now, on the subject of the talks, the president said there can be permanent tariffs and there can also be negotiations. We're going to talk a lot more about all of this, tariffs and everything else, at 7 a.m. Eastern time with the man in the middle, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He's going to join us right here on Squawk Box Live. So lots of questions for him this morning.
You know, yesterday we spoke with Peter Navarro, and his take was that this was not a negotiation. Right. We were going to see that within a matter of hours. You heard that the Treasury Secretary was going to be negotiating with Japan at least, and we will hear from him where these things stand. But that's been the biggest confusion point on Wall Street is, are these real and permanent? Are they a negotiating tactic? And where do we get there? And depending on the day, depending on which
I think there's different camps. I think there's the Navarro camp and the Lutnick camp on one side. I think there's the Bessent and maybe even Elon Musk camp on another, which is say,
and 45 and 47 has been on both sides of the camp. First, he says these are non-negotiable, and then he sits there and say that how many nations, 60, maybe up to 70 nations have called, and we're talking. That's a negotiation. But there's no, there's no negotiation. So he doesn't know what the hell he's going to do now, is the bottom line. He's not negotiating. At the same time, he wants you to say how many nations have called him to bend the knee. The ego of this ignoramus is just astonishing. But let me go a little further.
Negotiations, and the goal is to try to get the rates down to as low as possible. The camp that I think we all don't know about is exactly which one President Trump is in, because he's talked about this being a negotiation, and then he's also talked about them being permanent forever.
I was going to actually talk about this, but I see it's in the, we actually have it's scripted, but then we'll talk after. But speaking of Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, Politico is reporting that he flew down to Florida over the weekend to encourage President Trump to hone his message on negotiating trade deals, or else he would risk a further fall in the financial markets, and the operative term there is negotiations. Elon Musk also reportedly reached out to President Trump. Washington Post says Musk made direct appeals to the president to reverse course on his widespread new tariffs, but proved unsuccessful. In another development, Senate Majority Leader John Thune told reporters he doesn't see a future for a bipartisan bill introduced last week that would limit presidential power to impose tariffs. Senator Rand Paul has some very pointed remarks. He's going to be on later today, and we can talk to him after we talk to Scott Bessent, and we'll see whether he is very forthcoming about what he told the president in Florida, or, you know, with President Trump, it's best to, if you're going to, I'm not saying disagree with him, but if you're going to point out to him there are some nuances to what he's doing, it's best to do it in a fairly conciliatory way. So, but we'll see. I think he.
So you can't tell him the truth unless you risk getting fired. Bessent is a billionaire. Who gives a fuck if he gets fired? He's a billionaire. Who gives a fuck? Why do you have to fucking rub his balls and pat his head to tell him the truth?
He went down and said, listen, Mr. President, no one wants a permanent tariff structure in the United States. And the whole reason you're doing this, and really, I think the reason that they settled on that weird reverse engineered formula, which makes everything look worse, so they could, their opening bid could be.
Listen, I'm sick of him. He can't even complete a sentence correct because he wants to stay in the good graces. Thank you, outspoken one. I always appreciate you for helping me reach my goals. I hope that you have a great day. Grand rising to you as well. Okay, so this link is in my description box if you want to hear this guy stutter all over himself to make sure that he doesn't say the wrong thing to upset the ego of Trump. Now, I found this. I think that you guys will enjoy this. A lot of people seem to have some regret about their vote. I don't know why. It's not like they hid who he was from us. So let me share this. Okay.
A felon who is more interested in loyalty, who's more interested in retribution, who's more interested in grift than in democracy. And we chose a felon because we didn't want to elect a Black woman. So to read that, to actually explicate that, is to say we would rather destroy the Republic than for that to have happened. We chose a felon who is more interested in loyalty, who's more interested in retribution, who's more interested in grift than in democracy. And we chose a felon because we didn't want to elect a Black woman. So to read.
Okay, I thought that was important for you guys to hear. Now, there are questions. When these stock prices go down, if he does what he has been doing back and forth, when he first got in office, he was going to put sanctions on Mexico and Canada, and then he changed his mind. So there are questions if he is trying to manipulate the market, and that these millionaires and billionaires who've lost so much money will come out making more money than they had before because they will be able to buy these stocks at a dirt cheap price. And these stocks are certain to rebound. So, but not so much for the person who's on the verge of retiring, whose 401ks have been drained out, who don't have time to let their investments rebound because they are on the way out the door. There was one man who said he retired last week and he has lost so far $85,000 in his 401k. Can you imagine? He said he thinks he has to go back to work now because he can't feel comfortable with his 401k. He probably won't have anything left in his 401k if he leaves it in there. So let's see what they're saying about if he's manipulating the market. Trump denies market manipulation. Let me share this with you. As stock crash after tariff war. So let's check this out.
Trump's tariffs. Some people are asking, how can he be so stupid as to misunderstand the facts on foreign trade and, in the process of seeking revenge, crash world markets, wiping trillions of value off of every publicly traded company? Others claim that Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and whilst that might be hard to believe, Trump is simply following the playbook of Putin to devalue American and world companies, putting Russia on a more equal footing and enabling the oligarchs to buy back into the markets at much lower rates. When Trump reverses course, they'll take advantage of the dip and get even richer in the climb. Seems hard to believe.
And so China is, they say the market's spoken. The market, China is right now taking a big hit because everyone knows we're right. They have to pay tariffs because otherwise we have a surplus, and they have a surplus with us that is not sustainable.
Another explanation is the one that MAGA Republicans and Trump's base of supporters are running with, that Trump knows exactly what he's doing and is crashing the markets to rebalance the world economy with the US on top, taking the opportunity to punish our trading partners for royally screwing us over. Except the US was already on top. It has the world's largest economy. It already was the global trade leader. Free trade is why the US has done so well. I mean, how much more is there to gain? Which begs the question, maybe this trade war was never about trade in the first place. Maybe it's just about manipulating the markets for a brief period. Long enough for the rich to get richer, for Trump to grow his support with the billionaire class, and for him to assert his authoritarian bravado over every country in the world, be their friend or foe. Well, actually not foe, because there's no tariffs on Russia.
I spoke to a lot of leaders, European, Asian, from all over the world. They're dying to make a deal. But I said, we're not going to have deficits with your country. We're not going to do that, because to me a deficit is a loss. We're going to have surpluses, or we're at worst going to be breaking even. But China would be the worst in the group because the deficit is so big and it's not sustainable. And I was elected on this. This was one of the biggest reasons I got elected.
No, you weren't elected on that. No, you were not elected on that at all.
It was exactly because of this.
Trump loves nothing more than world leaders groveling to him. And what better way to flex his dictatorial muscles than extortion? This is how he ran his businesses. This is all he knows when it comes to diplomacy. Pull the rug out from underneath the world economy and watch it bleed. This is why he said this week, to the many investors coming into the United States and investing massive amounts of money, my policies will never change. This is a great time to get rich, richer than ever before. Of course, he's lying, but we're not supposed to know that.
Is there pain in the market? At some point, you're unwilling to tolerate this idea of a Trump put. Is there a threshold?
I think your question is so stupid. I think it's I don't want anything.
Her question is so stupid. But you are the one who has tanked the world economy, not only our own. But you think it's stupid because you're so stupid that you don't have an answer for it. Let's continue.
To go down, but sometimes you have to take medicine to fix something, and we have such a horrible. We have been treated so badly by other countries because we had stupidly.
We have been treated so badly by other countries, but we have the top world economy. Let that sink in. Let's continue. Well, shall I say had.
Leadership that allowed this to happen. They took our businesses, they took our money, they took our jobs. They moved it to Mexico, they moved it to Canada, they moved a lot of it to China, and it's not sustainable. We're not going to do it.
Who took him? Who took him? Who took our jobs to Mexico and to China? Who did that? Who did that? The American corporations took their own jobs to Mexico and China. And so they're saying that they're going to bring these manufacturing jobs back. So do you think that these people who are paying these Mexicans and China, it said that they took I think it's a Ford. They're creating Ford trucks in, I could be the Chevy, Ford or Chevy trucks in Mexico, and they're paying them something like $5 an hour. So, do you think that they are going to bring their companies back to the United States and pay them a living wage? No, they're not. That's why they took them there, for the cheap labor. But you're going to bring all of these manufacturing jobs back. You think these greedy rich people are going to pay living wages in America? And so if they bring the jobs back, what would they have? More illegal migration to work these jobs. They don't want to pay their workers. So you're penalizing workers, but you're giving tax cuts to the people who employ the workers. You know, the trickle down theory. If they have more money, they can invest more money in hiring people and blah, 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 blah. Well, how come you don't trickle it down to people who actually have and make their products in America, and those who don't, they don't get no tax cut? You can't figure none of this shit out. You can't make none of this shit make sense. You just want to give it to all the rich people because as a reward for being rich. Fuck how they get rich. Anyway, let's continue.
Now we have hundreds of millions of dollars is pouring into our country on a monthly basis.
On a monthly basis, how you just we got hundreds of millions of dollars pouring in our country on a monthly basis from the tariff that I just enacted the day before yesterday. Now we got all of this money on a monthly basis. You just enacted the tariff the day before yesterday, motherfucker. You're lying. We got all of this money. I'm like that bitch who was in Wisconsin. Where's my Doge check? Since y'all got so much money coming in, y'all found all of that waste, fraud, and abuse. You got all of this money coming in every month. Where's our Doge check, motherfucker? Where's the Doge check from all of those hundreds of thousands of people who were fired by Doge? Since y'all got so much money coming in. Oh, why they got so much coming in? Oh, he's setting up to say why the rich is going to get a tax cut. That's the only reason he's talking about all this money coming in. So you're going to give the rich a tax cut instead of shoring up all of these people who are poor, who have lost their jobs, who have lost all of their social safety nets. But you're going to... let me continue.
It's pouring. It's already started because I put tariffs on.
It's already started. 2 days later, it's already started. Liar.
Eventually, it's going to straighten out, and our country will be solid and strong again.
How's it going to straighten out? I don't know. How's it going to straighten out? I guess because you're getting this money in month after month. Even though you just enacted this shit 2 days ago.
Musk has said he hopes for zero tariffs between the U.S. and Europe. Is that a place you'd like to also get to?
Well, the problem is that Europe has made a fortune with us. You know, Europe also has had a tremendous surplus with the United States. Europe has treated us, it's a little smaller, but they've treated us very, very badly. China has, but Europe has also. Europe has been very, very bad to us. Europe has taking our leaders for a ride. They don't take our cars. They don't take our food products. They don't take anything. And we take their cars, Mercedes, Volkswagen, BMW. You know, we take their millions of cars. They take no cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. Europe's treated us very badly. We put a big tariff on Europe. They are coming to the table. They want to talk, but there's no talk unless they pay us a lot of money on a yearly basis. Number one for present, but also for past, because
you said they already are paying money. You said that for months. They already are. So what are you griping about? You said that we're getting tons and tons of money already rolling in. So where's the gripe? You should be saying, because I did this, this is why we're getting money. And once we get to X, Y, or Z point, and then there will be. Yeah, he's an idiot, a whole stone idiot. If you didn't watch my live on yesterday, all of this tariff work is something that he can enact on his own, being that the fact that he put an executive order in to make the tariffs something emergency tariffs because the economy was the best economy, was the sought after economy that rebound after COVID, that he said he needed an emergency order because the economy was so bad. The economy that he got from Biden that had reached records in the stock market 33 times under Biden, was the highest stock market that any president has transferred to their next president. He signed an executive order his first day. Why? Because he wanted to wield power. How does he wield power? By saying that he needs an emergency order about the economy, when there was absolutely no emergency with the economy. So therefore, he can play king and do this stupid shit with these tariffs. All he talked about is tariffs, 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 tariffs. We're going to get rich with tariffs, 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 tariffs. And he didn't need Congress to approve these tariffs because he had them under the economy under some emergency state. Well, it's under emergency now. Okay. If you didn't watch my show yesterday, I let Rachel Maddow explain to you that he got this tariff idea from Navarro, Peter Navarro, his economic guru from his last administration, who has also gone to jail because he wouldn't show up for a subpoena about the January 6th stuff. A whole Trump loyalist who spent time in jail came out with teeth missing and still sitting up on TV with his fucking front teeth missing, looking like Navarro. I would say that's a Hispanic name. I don't want looking like a white uppity, a white male uppity on TV after being in jail, coming out with his teeth out, still singing, humming on his nuts. I guess it was better for him to hum on his nuts with his teeth out, but because I hear that that gives more pleasure when you're missing a couple of teeth and you sucking dick. Okay, so Navarro. We find out that he was the one. We found out how Navarro was found through Jared Kushner because he had some book called Death by China. And then we also found out that Jared Kushner didn't even read the book, but had him meet up with Peter Navarro. And one of the people who Peter Navarro said that helped him with the book was Ron Vera. Ron Vera. He is a stated economic professional, a guru. Ron Vera. That's who helped Peter. Ron Vera even started sending memos and emails through his personal Ron Vera account, only to find out that Ron Vera was a a twisting around of Peter Navarro's last name, twisting the letters around in his last name to create Ron Vera. Navarro, you can get Ron Vero out of Navarro. A whole false person, emails and all, memos and all. And this is why we are in the situation that we are in. A whole motherfucking idiot has no way out of this shit. Keep on fucking with these people money. They're going to find a way out for you. Okay, so that's that. If you missed my last video yesterday, find out about Ron Vera. Okay, let me move on. I want to talk about JFK and the Health and Human Services of it all. Okay, let's talk about JFK, who we have over Health and Human Services. Here we go.
As the head of HHS was the single most irresponsible and dangerous thing that Donald Trump did on his entire cabinet when it comes down to the health and lives of Americans. He is crazy. He is surrounded by people who are even more crazy. Robert F. Kennedy a few weeks ago was saying, "Oh, you can cure measles with cod liver oil and vitamin A." Second child has died of measles in this country. We had eliminated measles in this country. It was gone. We had eliminated measles in America. It's gone. There were 0 cases for 20 years. 0 fatal cases. And now we've got a guy who's promoting vaccine skepticism, which sounds like a really mild way of putting it. But his anti-vax mania and the people around him who are even more insane about anti-vax stuff has joined at a moment when Americans were susceptible to a lot of really dumb ideas and agit porn about vaccines and autism and everything else. And so he's going to the funeral of an American child who has died of an easily preventable disease for which the vast majority of Americans in their school systems are mandated to provide for their children, and it's a correct mandate. It's a correct requirement. It's a proper requirement. The idea that this guy is at HHS burning the institution to the ground, and now he's going to pretend that he's grieving with his family is outrageous. We've got an encore show today, folks. It's about RFK. And if you want anything that will piss me off, because I'm pretty even-tempered, but there's one thing in this universe that pisses me off almost beyond words and reason, and that is the idea that American children are going to die because RFK Jr. is going to ban vaccines.
Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened.
There is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America.
Hey, folks, it's Rick. The elephant in the room today is RFK. Trump's appointees have been a batch of the most terrible, low-rent, weird, corrupt, unethical, unqualified, unprincipled, un-American creeps, kooks, mooks, strangers, drifters, serial killers, God knows what else. This is a very bad set of people, okay? There are very, very few of them that you would want to, like, babysit your kids or to have a beer with, etc. They're very, very, very dangerous. Most of them are dangerous because they have particularly bad ideas about important things. But the one with the worst ideas about some of the most important things on the domestic front is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Now, as I'm recording this, he just spent several hours lying to the Senate Finance Committee and getting his head torn off and his skin tacked up to the barn and his ass whipped by trained professionals. And I'll tell you why. Because he's a liar. He's a lying liar who lies. He went into that room and denied over and over again, saying the things he said, that African AIDS is different than American AIDS.
Did you write in your book, and it's undeniable, that African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm not sure. And Lyme disease is a military weapon.
Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did say that. And that COVID affects whites and blacks, but not Chinese and Ashkenazi Jews.
Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed that.
I'll take that as a yes.
And they had him on it. This is a really good sign for the Democrats, by the way. They were coordinated, they were smart, and they weren't putting up with any of his crap. They weren't putting up with him playing his games and saying, oh, I don't recall saying that. Because every time he said, I don't recall saying that, they'd be like, well, here are the receipts. Here's the transcript. Here's what you actually said on the following date. This is how you handle these people. You've got to badger them. You've got to hit them. You've got to smack them around. You've also got to hold them to account. When they lie, don't let the lie stand. Correct the lie. Go after the lie. Because the lie and the liar are what Trump is depending on people to give into. Now, a lot of these Republican senators today were much more skeptical. I'm not saying they were very skeptical, but there wasn't the same kind of grandstanding and hair pulling you saw with Hegseth. There wasn't the kind of drama and fake news yelling and screaming about RFK, because they know this guy's bad. I want you guys to understand something, though, of why RFK reflects the absolute worst of Trumpism in a nutshell. RFK has made tens of millions of dollars by being a guy who spreads anti-vax conspiracy theories. And he doesn't just get that money because he sells books or goes on tour or whatever. He gets that money because he's of counsel to a bunch of law firms. He's a partner in a couple of law firms. He has reciprocal arrangements with a bunch of law firms where if he refers these anti-vax cases and gets people fired up about the imaginary harm that vaccines do, he gets in the pool of people that make money if they win a judgment or get a settlement. His anti-vax hatred is not just a kooky conspiracy theory. It's a business model. And there are a few things in this earth that make me more crazy than people who believe that vaccines have not been a massive net good for humanity. From Jenner until the COVID vaccine, we have seen an ongoing arc of improvement in human survival and health.
Okay, so that is who is over our health and human services, R.F. Kennedy Jr. Now, he said if it gets widespread, it was in one state, and now is, last I heard, it was in 19 states. The second child has died. But RFK is going to go to the funeral. We heard people trying to treat the measles with cod liver oil and vitamin D to the point where children were coming into the emergencies because their livers were shutting down because of being exposed to too much vitamin D, which was shutting down their livers. This is this man's cabinet. This is his cabinet. Let me show you. Let's move on to something else. More reasons to be alarmed. Don't stay stuck on one thing because it is a lot of shit going on. Now, let's talk about the deportees. The one that they said that they deported by mistake. Well, come to find out that the Supreme Court of the United States said that, they were supposed to have him back by midnight last night. But that did not happen because the Supreme Court stepped in and they said that they're going to stay that. He doesn't have to have him back by last night. So he's not back. They said that they wrongly brought him there. So why is the Supreme Court saying that they don't have to bring him back? So in their ruling, the Supreme Court is saying that they had the opportunity to lawyer shop. The same thing the Democrats said, that the reason why this judge couldn't make the ruling a unanimous ruling because they had judge shop this case, and that's why they took it to a case in Washington, D.C. So the Supreme Court came back with a ruling that, in fact, that the Department of Justice should have that the plaintiff's attorney should have filed this case in very conservative Texas, where anytime that the Republicans want a ruling that is a far-reaching ruling, they always go to Texas because they know that Texas judges are going to go with the conservative party on their rulings. So what did the conservative Chief Justice John Roberts say? He said that they should have brought this case in Texas. Why should have they bought it? He's going to stay it because they filed the case in the wrong jurisdiction. Why did he say that? He said because the last place that the planes took off from Texas. So therefore, they should have filed the brief in Texas. So while they were complaining about judge shopping, that they filed the brief in Washington, D.C., seems like John Roberts is giving them an out to take this case to Texas for a man that the government has admitted that should not have been deported in the first place. So the saga goes on, and it seems like he's getting a helping hand. Also, the Aliens Enemy Act that they have been deporting these people under, that you have to usually are in a war when that act has been used. The Aliens Enemy Act, the Supreme Court has ruled that he can continue to use the Aliens Enemy Act. So we at war with Venezuela. We are so pretty soon. Will we be at war with the Crips, the Bloods, what's that? What are the disciples? Just what in Chicago? Are we going to be at war with our locals? Because they're saying that we are at war with this Agua Alaga gang. I ain't never heard of it until they start talking about this gang. I've never heard of this gang. So are we going to soon be at war with the gangs in our own country? And are we going to soon be sending our own United States citizens simply because it's alleged that they were in a gang and they are going to lose due process? That nobody's going to have to prove that they are people in the United States going to start being disappeared because they are allegedly in an illegal gang, that they are allegedly trafficking people. Hey, when the door is open, anybody can go through the door. That's all I'm saying. So let me share this with you. You got to pay attention to what they are allowing. What's good for one is going to be good for all, in my opinion, in my thoughts. Let's hear this.
Hours, the U.S. Supreme Court has temporarily blocked a federal judge's order to return a Maryland man without protected legal status, who the administration had conceded was mistakenly deported to an El Salvador mega security prison. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, legal team has already responded tonight to the Supreme Court in part writing the government's contention that courts lack jurisdiction to order it to return an individual wrongfully removed in defiance of a court order is unconscionable. As Judge Wilkinson noted in his concurrence this morning, this is a path of perfect lawlessness, one that courts cannot condone. Also breaking in the last hour, the Supreme Court has handed Trump another significant victory, lifting the court order blocking the administration from using the Wartime Alien Enemies Act to rapidly deport Venezuelan migrants. Breaking in just the last few hours.
Okay, so there you heard it. This is the Supreme Court at work. Good morning, Darlene Gibson. Thank you for coming over. Now, I wanted to check out this. I haven't seen this myself. We know this comedian that has been on 4547's ass. So I want to check this out. Anti-Trump comedian shuts MAGA up. So let's check him out. Bill Burr. Okay.
So for some context, let's take a look.
Both political parties have incurred your wrath over the many years that you've been doing this. Both sides, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So
I don't know where you're going with this.
So you're
but
bipolitical. So, you know.
I'm not into politicians at all. They don't make any money. They're set up to be bribed, and in the end, they're all worth like $50 to $100 million. And everybody thinks one side is better than the other. You know, I don't know. It's a weird time, but I just feel like someone needs to bring the boiling water down to a simmer, and everybody on both sides. Like if you watch CNN, Fox, you go online, or you listen to politicians, it's all and then you walk out on the street, and someone's like, "Hey, how you doing?" You're like, "Good." So I don't think they're living in like a reality.
But is there anybody getting your ire up these days more than usual?
Nerds.
Yeah.
The nerds that own the politician, all these tech nerds that want to build robots because they don't know how to talk to hot women, they're gonna take over the world. They're gonna take over. They are literally gonna replace us. We're like beta right now, and they're coming out with like the VCR. And I think Elon has got the rockets going because they realize there's other Earths out there. Yeah. And they're gonna trash this one, and because they don't have any concern for it, and they're gonna move on to the next Earth. And you know, everybody's gonna be standing down here with your blue and red ties, going, "Wait a minute, I was on your side," and they're just gonna leave.
But you were talking about death in your set. Do they not realize that they're going to die? These people. They don't realize that eventually everybody dies.
I always wondered that about all religions, where they always talk about a wrathful God and will send you to hell, and it's like none of you guys are operating like you fear this. The way you run your religion.
That's right.
So I don't get any, I don't understand any of that. I'm just trying to be like chill. Somebody holds the door. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. But
so you're trying not to go to hell.
Yeah, no, I don't believe in that. I don't think we are God's mistakes. Like why is he mad at us?
He was trying to bring the temperature down before that part.
Yeah, no, I don't understand. Like God makes sociopaths, pedophiles, and all of that, and then we all have to deal with it, and then it creates crazy people who do other bad things, and then somehow it's our fault. You have to work it out.
No, but the answer is that the devil creates those.
Yeah,
God
but
doesn't.
Joy,
I'm just telling you what they say. The devil made me do it.
But
She's an agnostic.
But God created the devil. That's his responsibility.
Well, that's a good point.
Why does he just get rid of the devil?
And you know what else? God created you, Bill.
Yeah.
I completely agree. I am so tired of the worst people in the world who think that they are these super genius.
I was reading up, that perhaps you've been supportive of what he did. What is your take on that?
If you were reading up, I don't think you read up on it. Because I said what I felt about it, and I said what a lot of people said.
Some people took it that way. So could you clarify what you think?
No, I'm not going to just have some controversial moment so you can get clicks. I'm not doing that. I'm here for Conan. I'm not doing all of this. What are you going to bring up next? The Middle East? I went to summer school 3 out of 4 years in high school. I'm not qualified. What do you think about global warming?
You said about Elon that he was ruining Earth, I saw on The View. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence?
I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian. You're a journalist.
Comedians are on top of current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck. You guys need to have balls again, which you don't. You guys always goes, should we be thinking this? Duh. You guys present stuff like that. You guys used to have balls. You need to get your balls back. And it's not my job. I am a dancing clown.
Can we send Bill Burr to the White House? Can we send him to DOJ?
Hello. All of this, both sides ism of it all of this. What do you think? Some people think, and it could be now instead of doing real journalism, that's all we have is talking heads who are basically celebrities themselves. Fox News says that its nightly news shows are not news shows; they're entertainment shows. But they set themselves up to purport to be giving their viewers the news. That's how they can keep their licenses for saying all of the stuff that they say that is inaccurate. They're not news programs. Did you guys know that? I don't know, but it's a lot. Let me now. We seem to have a little movement. The Democrats. I don't know if you guys know that they had a special hearing on yesterday. So let's hear about the economic nuclear winter first that billionaires are concerned about because of these tariffs.
Everything under control, even things that are very much out of control. His behavior kind of reminds me a bit of an arsonist who's pretending there is no fire, when he's the guy who threw the match and lit the actual fire. I mean, his actions caused the market to plummet. His actions have caused people to worry about their retirement savings and how much everything is going to cost. Of course they are. And he's doing everything possible to pretend like none of that is happening, like there is no fire at all. I mean, the guy took a long weekend. Good for him, I guess. Spending time at 2 different resorts he owns in Florida. He appeared at a Saudi-backed live golf tournament, and he played some golf of his own. He even posted a video of himself golfing on social media, as if to make absolutely certain we all knew where he was, what he was doing. There he is. That's the video. Nothing to be concerned about, everyone. I am so relaxed while the market tanks that I am playing golf and hanging with my Saudi buddies. A White House official described the optics of a president hitting the links while the economy was in free fall as, quote, going to a birthday party after a friend has surgery. A little weird, but that is one way to put it, certainly. Then this morning, Donald Trump's message to the American people was telling them not to be weak, not to be stupid. We got this, America. Don't be wussies. And it's not even just him. I mean, his fellow arsonists, whether they knew it or not, had a pretty clear message for the American people this weekend when they were out on Sunday talk shows. Let them eat cake. Here's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
What is your message to Americans who want to retire right now and who've just seen their lifetime savings drop significantly?
Well, Kristen, I think that's a false narrative. Americans who want to retire right now, the Americans who have put away for years in their savings account,
Okay, so he said that's a false narrative. That's a false narrative because Americans who have put away for years in their savings account. But the thing about that is that people usually don't put away in their savings account for retirement. People, unfortunately, since most companies don't offer retirement, they instead offer 401ks. That is where people put their money away for retirement. So this billionaire, understand that this is a billionaire sitting up here trying to blame you for doing what you are supposed to do as a responsible person with the options that you were giving years ago to grow your retirement via 401k, because most American jobs have stopped offering you pensions. He's trying to sit up here and say that you should be able to retire because most Americans have put away in their savings account. A whole motherfucking bullshit lie with a smile on his face. Ugh, these people are disgusting. Let's continue.
To retire right now and who've just seen their lifetime savings drop significantly.
Well, Kristen, I think that's a false narrative. Americans who want to retire right now, the Americans who have put away for years in their savings account, I think they don't look at the day-to-day fluctuations of what's happening.
No one is looking at the day-to-day fluctuations of their savings account, says uber-rich Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And honestly, he sounds a little bit like he was prepped by the same communication staffer. Maybe he was who's been advising his colleague, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick.
Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain. She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up and she'll get it next month.
Yeah.
A fraudster always makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining.
So therefore, you must be the fraudster because you sat up here and told this story, and you are another multi-billionaire. We don't even know if your mother-in-law has her full faculties to even call anybody to complain. And if she didn't receive her check, is she as bad off as the person whose only income for everything in their life is their Social Security check? Are you kidding me? You seem to be the one who's protesting a little too much. Let's continue. So I think you're the fraudster.
There really is nothing like a couple of billionaires who are pretty out of touch really speaking to the fears of the American public, is there? But as Donald Trump plays golf and tweets through it and sends out guys like Scott Besson and Howard Lutnick to pretend like they relate to working people living paycheck to paycheck, it's important for you to know that these guys are kind of on a bit of an island right now. I mean, for one thing, even their fellow billionaires are freaked for good reason. Bill Ackman, who was a big Trump backer in 2024, lashed out at the Trump administration on Twitter last night. He accused Howard Lutnick of having a conflict of interest and wanting to profit off a tanking economy. He also said that these tariffs are sending us toward a self-induced economic nuclear winter. That from a guy who just a few months ago was saying the business community was giddy with excitement about the Donald Trump administration and that growth was about to explode. That one didn't really age so well, did it, Bill Ackman?
No, growth didn't explode, but the economy did. And it seems like you may be one of the people who had put him in the office. So you got what you asked for. You got what you deserve.
Man.
Unfortunately, you took the whole nation with you.
Now, as for Larry Fink, who's the CEO of the world's largest money manager, BlackRock, he said today...
BlackRock. Let's talk about BlackRock, a financial... Hold on. What did she say? BlackRock is an investment firm.
Who's the CEO of the world's largest money manager, BlackRock, he said...
Largest money manager. So BlackRock, you guys remember the Panama Canal that we were taking back? The Panama Canal. Who is taking back the Panama Canal in essence? BlackRock is the one who put the bid in for Panama Canal, an investment firm for money. So while and he came out with another 47, came out with another announcement that we're in the process of taking over the Panama Canal as we speak. No, BlackRock, a financial corporation, a money wealth fund is in the actual process of taking over the Panama Canal. That's who's taking it over. So what does that have to do with we? Where's the we in that? The we is the investors that invest with BlackRock who are going to get. So he's leasing out everything to private equity firms and trying to make the United States believe that he is doing something. So that's what I want to say about BlackRock that you may not know.
He said today that his fellow CEOs believe we're already in a recession. And Mark Cuban, not exactly a Trump supporter, I know, but he's a legit billionaire and someone who calls it like he sees it. And he said that if the new tariffs stay in place for multiple years and are enforced and inflationary and DOJ continues to cut and fire, we will be in a far worse situation than 2008. Worse than 2008 is very, very bad, to state perhaps the very obvious. And even the cable news channel that Donald Trump watches all day long is starting to come to terms with the reality of the situation, it seems.
It is going to have an effect on Main Street. Some things will become higher priced. We will see some products actually, be raised in price because companies will pass on the cost of tariffs to consumers.
Some companies, some things, and some prices will be raised because some companies. Bitch, spit it out, bitch. Everything's gonna be higher, you stupid hoe.
I would expect that. That's why you have some people saying that we could see a recession, we'll see a growth slowdown.
I mean, guys, when you've lost Maria Bartiromo, maybe you've got a bit of a problem. So pressure is
because she was knee deep up his ass. That's why. Okay, so that link is in my description box. I'm moving forward. Let's talk about the hearings that they had. They're talking about all the lawlessness of this administration, but when they go up to the Supreme Court, it seems like the Supreme Court is really helping them out. Unfortunately. Oh, before we go there, let's talk about these red states. I wonder if Kentucky is rethinking their vote. I wonder if Kentucky is going to be looking for some relief from FEMA. The FEMA that 4547 says that he is going to turn over to the states and let the states handle situations such as this. Kentucky, do you have enough money in your accounts to handle this for all of the people who live in this area of Kentucky? Let's see.
Earlier in this year, and we still have had these days of rainfall. Aaron, tell us a little bit about what it's like on the ground there now.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It's been a lot of assessing the situation. A lot of the folks are starting to wake up this morning and assess how bad the damages are. You can see behind me a lot of the floodwaters that have invaded these homes on this street specifically, but just 2 or 3.
Mitch McConnell. What's the other dude's name? What is that other dude's name? Rand Paul. Mitch McConnell. Are y'all out here assessing the damage to the houses in Kentucky? You guys must be like step with 4547 because I didn't hear you guys say anything when he said he wants to shut down FEMA. So get your motherfucking wade boots on and go assess these properties. Mitch McConnell, you don't even have to wear your diapers. You can just piss down your leg and shit down your leg. Let it run right into the motherfucking mud and stand there bewildered and unable to speak as you're defecating on yourself like you do at the podiums. So let's continue.
Streets over, the water is as high as some of the rooftops to tell you the kind of situation that they were dealing with. They haven't seen flooding like this since the 1970s, which actually prompted them to build a flood wall, which thankfully is holding up just fine. But it's been its first big test since it has been built here in the city, which is good news all around. There was some concern yesterday that it was going to get too high. It can handle up to 51.5 feet, but it did come in just under that. So it is doing its job. The worst case scenario was avoided, but they did do a lot of evacuations throughout some of these lower lying communities that are beyond the flood wall. And you can see why right behind me.
And have you had a chance to talk to any residents? Of course, Kentucky, no stranger to flooding over the last several years. Now, earlier this year, we had it in the eastern part of the state. Now it's central and west. But still, this area has just been so prone to flooding lately.
Yeah, Bernie, literally everyone that I've talked to has told me the same thing. They've never seen flooding quite like this. There's been folks that have lived here since the 80s that have not seen the floodwaters this high in their entire time that they have been here. And I was talking to one of the business owners earlier along one of the streets, and they were a little bit worried that it was going to top the flood wall and get into their business that have been here over 100 years. I did check on that this morning, and they did not receive any water, thankfully. But you got to imagine that a lot of the folks here, even in central, eastern, and really the whole state of Kentucky, have got to be exhausted from all of the flooding that has been just absolutely relentless. This is round 2 for the year so far, by the way. We had really extreme flooding in the eastern part of the state to start the year, and now in the central and western parts of the state, and really all the way down to northeast Arkansas, that flooding threat continues. And you got to imagine, too, that this isn't going to go anywhere anytime soon. So even though that the Kentucky River has crested right now, it's going to linger here for several more days to come before some of these folks can get back to their homes and assess just how bad the damage is.
Have there been evacuations? I know there has to be some sort of place for people to go, shelters, other services, because as you can see, there's really nothing you can do until the water even goes away. You can't start that cleanup.
Yeah, a lot of the hotels around the immediate area of Frankfort have filled up. I did talk to a woman earlier who did have to evacuate, and she couldn't afford a hotel and has been sleeping in her van overnight. Now, it did look like she was able to at least gain access to her home. It seemed the floodwaters did avoid it, but she was in that mandatory evac area where she had to evacuate just in case. And she said she simply couldn't afford a hotel, so she slept in her van overnight. And I assume it's I hate to say it, but it's going to be the case for, I'm sure, more residents across the city until they can get access back to their homes, especially after all of these hotels fill up and they can't commute maybe 30 plus minutes to get to another hotel.
Aaron Rigsby,
No help for FEMA, huh? That didn't even ask. Don't even bother. They don't bother to even ask about FEMA anymore. Uh, uh, oh, I got one more that I want to show you before I do the last one. Um, hey, wait a minute. LaShonda Allen, grand rising to you. Let's enjoy a little couch politics. He's always good. He always reviews Abby Phillips' interesting lives shows. I mean, so let's see what they're talking about today. Uh, the man I love to hate is right here. Let's continue.
Wait, sorry, so you're saying what's wrong with sending Americans to prison in El Salvador? I'm saying what's wrong with sending people who are convicted of violent crimes to prison, period. No, that's not what he said.
Yeah, think about how scary this is. All they have to do is allege it, and then it could happen, and you're okay with that.
I'm okay with this administration doing anything and everything within its power to protect the American people from the invasion that occurred over the last 4 years. That is, I mean,
how is it okay by the law to extradite Americans to a foreign country for crimes they committed here?
well, I mean, it's okay. I mean, I think what he's saying is if it's okay by the law. I know you want all the illegals, all the violence out of jail. I know people in jail.
Okay, so it seems like he's a proponent for sending Americans to El Salvador as well. I mean, you know, it's starting early, but who didn't think that him sending anybody to El Salvador prisons without even saying that they have committed any crime other than coming to the American? Who thought that it wasn't going to be possible for them to send Americans and them to actually want to send Americans to these prisons? So I made a mistake. Here we go.
Panel. I don't know what else you call this other than just constant racist fear mongering. What they're thinking about doing now is disgusting. Check this out, and we'll talk about it.
Breaking news, the Supreme Court gives the green light for Trump to use the Alien Enemies Act to speed up deportations, at least for now. Now, this law is from 1798, but there is a catch. Deportees may now be notified and allowed to challenge their removal. Rachel Lindsay and Elizabeth Pipko are here at the table with us. Also joining us in our fifth seat is civil and criminal attorney Dante Mills. He's a professor at Temple University's Beasley School of Law. So Dante, this decision is being heralded as a carte blanche for the administration to continue just shipping people to El Salvador. Not quite what the court said here today, but explain to us the significance of them actually even allowing this to go forward while this litigation.
It's not at all what the court said today. And I'll just say Stephen Miller just making it up. One thing this administration is good at is controlling the narrative. So they're trying to claim a win, but it's not a win. What the court said, the court didn't address whether or not the Enemies Aliens Act can be used. What they said it was an improper venue. So they said the claim or the contest had to come from the state where the person was being housed. In this case, that's Texas. Unfortunately, the case was brought in Washington, D.C., and the district court judge put a stop to the deportations. So it seems as if the Supreme Court is allowing the deportations to continue because they lifted that stay, but they only lifted that stay because the case wasn't supposed to be brought in D.C., it was supposed to be brought in Texas, but they included in their decision that these people have the right to challenge their deportation. It just has to come in a different venue.
Yeah, and we talk a lot on the show about this question of what are the rights of immigrants and whether they are accused of being a member of a gang or not. Justice Kavanaugh, noted conservative Trump appointee, says the court's disagreement with the dissenter is not over whether the detainees receive judicial review of their transfers. All 9 members of the court agree that judicial review is available. The only question, to Dante's point, is where that judicial review should occur. So at some point, and the administration's been claiming the courts have no jurisdiction over this, the Supreme Court said, no, that's not the case. The courts absolutely do. And the detainees have a right to a day in court before they are sent away.
Yeah, fine. I mean, look, it sounds to me like they're going to be able
You hear Scott? Yeah, fine. He's not happy about that. That you have a right to defend yourself. That if you're even legally here or not. And I'm going to talk about this a bit later, but the truth is Republicans, if they could have it their way, they wouldn't have legal Hispanics here. That's the damn truth.
to use this law as long as these people get their day in court, and the administration shows their cards on why they were picked up and deported or prepared for deportation in the first place. So it feels to me like everybody got something, which is that the Trump administration feels like they got some legal vindication on the use of the law. A lot of people were crapping on them over it, and the people who want these immigrants to get some kind of a due process are going to get that as well.
But I don't think they have been vindicated. I'll let you in, Rachel, but Dante shaking his head. I'm shaking my head because they did not rule on the use of the law. They just
address
said
it at all.
Wrong court.
But they're going to keep using it, right?
Until the next challenge.
So like when we wake up in the morning, they're going to keep using it, yes?
No.
Well, no, because now they have due process.
But the administration will continue to use the law as a justification for deporting people, yes?
But nobody goes anywhere, right?
Mike was out. Now I understand why they were sending people to Louisiana. The students whose visas and green cards they're taking, they are taking these people to red states, Louisiana. They were told to bring the woman back to, I think it was Boston, and they were the man, I forget his name. He had he was supposed to be, I believe, in Connecticut for a hearing. So now he's saying that, tomorrow when we wake up, he's still going to be able to use the Aliens Enemies Act. He's going to be able to say he's using the Aliens Enemies Act, but they have not ruled on it. Now I understand different. They have not ruled on it. He can continue to say whatever he wants. He can say he's using the Clown Show Act to deport them. But until he get in front of a judge who says that you cannot use this, thank you, Strictly, who says that you cannot use this law, it don't matter what he say. Until a judge says that he has the right to use it. So the judge did not judge on what law he was using. So Scott Besson wants to make it seem like he won something. Thank you, Strictly Platinum.
Because now the detainees have the option to.
So let me just ask one more time. When we wake up in the morning, they will use the law.
But it won't do it.
So
you can be cute and say that they can just kick people out of the country, but that's not what the court said. And in fact, the court said these people are entitled. They're entitled to their day in court.
Do you need them to say no?
I just want to know. I just want to know if the administration can use a law. The answer is clearly yes.
Look, they can attempt to use the law, but I think what we can expect is that it'll be challenged.
Right, the law exists still, but it doesn't mean that they're using the law to actually be able to deport it. Now they get to actually challenge the law. The detainees get to challenge the law in court. It just still exists. They haven't said that it doesn't, which when they go back, they have to start all over again. Am I right, Dante?
And if they
now
do,
they get to answer the legal question, which they haven't done at all yet.
And if they do use a law in that way, I don't think it's anything we should be proud of, because that means they're trying to get around the court system. The court, in fact, said, Justice Sotomayor said, it's not proper for the way they're trying to use this law and tell these detainees they don't have the right to challenge it, and they're shipping them on planes before they can get in court. So the Supreme Court said, stop doing that. And they said, give these people the opportunity to contest it. And if you're right, but don't get around the law.
There's real implications here around the board on all sides of this thing. Like there's most issues, even earlier today. Like, as somebody who's here who runs a firm, we've talked about this. Both of my business partners are immigrants. Both of them came here as small little kids, and one of them are in fear right now. As an immigration activist, if you've come to this country and you've done a heinous crime, you should be sent back. And I'm saying this as a Democrat. But I think the stories that we see coming out of this, and what worries me every single day, even for my family and my own friends, is that it's just too broad. And again, I hear Ruben Gallego talk about this and other folks, and I grimace because, I try not to say what's really on my heart, which is I'm angry, but I also am a realist. That's what gets me in trouble sometimes with my own party. But you can't have both of these things. And what we need to do is figure out the right way to get this done so that innocent people and more stories like we see coming out don't happen.
Let me play over. This is the attorney.
I have to correct something he said. As a Democrat, he said, I don't want undocumented immigrants that committed heinous crimes to be here. All Democrats, I've never heard of a Democrat disagree with that. If you're undocumented here and you created...
And the thing about it is that they have not presented any heinous crimes that these people have done, and they want to say that they're these all type they're rapists and they're murderers and they're the worst of the worst, but they have not been accused. You have not accused them of not one crime. That's the thing about it. So his argument is bullshit.
I mean, and you did a heinous crime? Yeah, I think it's fair for you to be deported. Like, what are these guys talking about? Even legal immigrants, I think you can make the argument. That's fair.
For Andre Hernandez Romero. He is the gay Venezuelan makeup artist who was deported to El Salvador, apparently because he had tattoos on his arms that said mom and dad. Here's what his attorney says about what happened there.
This is the aircraft carrier shelter you seized.
That he is a gang member, and to think that without due process, without a hearing, without the notice that the Supreme Court tonight said is due to every single person, we are gravely concerned for his safety in the Secot. We know the conditions there. We know that there are reports of torture.
So he is one of those people who now, I guess maybe it's too late for him. He's been deported and on, it seems, according to his attorney, baseless claims that he was in a gang.
Yeah, think about how scary this is. All they have to do is allege it, and then it could happen, and you're okay with that.
I'm okay with this administration doing anything and everything within its power to protect the American people from the invasion that occurred over the last 4 years.
So he's okay with them putting people in jail for life for coming over here illegally. That's what he's saying. I'm okay with them shipping them back home. I'm okay with that. But you're okay with putting people in jail for life and claiming that they are criminals, thus sending them to jails. So you're okay if they do it to American citizens as well. That's what I'm getting.
But it's not affecting him right now. I will say when people are in our country that are here illegally but also committing heinous crimes, it actually does affect all of us. So I do think we're impacted by it. I don't think that's fair to say. I understand the concern. I'm also uncomfortable with the use of the term immigrant. For example, I'm a daughter of 2 immigrants. There's immigrant and there's those that came here illegally and commit atrocious crimes and didn't deserve to be here to begin with. So I think we should separate the two.
Nobody's arguing that they should be here. Nobody.
Well, we're sitting here debating whether Donald Trump and his administration
We're
should
sitting
be
here
deporting
saying
people.
that they can grab somebody like Abrego Garcia, who was not supposed to be deported, deport him to a prison.
Do we know that he was not supposed to be
when they admit that they did it by accident, they say, oh, it's too late. We have no jurisdiction now. We can't do anything about it. That's not fair. And it can happen to anybody. So, and if we don't stop it now, the scope will get bigger, and then it will happen to you, and then you'll have a problem with it.
I think I'll.
So I gotta.
Oh, so she shut her mouth then. She tried to act. Girl, bye.
Stop the video. Every time they make this connection, I'm going to stop the video. Trying to say immigrants and heinous crimes, immigrants and violence. Oh, I wouldn't trust a plane if there's a black pilot, because I didn't think he would deserve to be there. Essentially saying they're incompetent.
So you're conflating legal American citizens with people who came here illegally. We do this all the time in these debates. And I think what the administration is trying to do is be as aggressive as possible at deporting different kinds of populations. One, people who've committed heinous, violent crimes.
You can deport them, but you cannot just send them to prisons where they are expected to live the rest of their lives in this prison. Are you serious? Do you listen? This is a very white supremacist country. They feel very emboldened to say the most heinous shit that they have ever talked in my lifetime out loud on television and try to defend this bullshit.
Crimes.
And I do not think that America can bring in all of these people into this nation. There is no room for all of these people in this nation. I agree with that. How come they're not working? If they don't want them over here, how come they're not working with these nations to help them stabilize their situation instead of sending bombs over to Israel and to let them mass unalive a whole population of people to garner their land? I mean, wouldn't their aid be better used to keep these people out of their country and in their own? It seems like El Salvador has solved their game problem their way, but it's under a dictator. So our 45, 47 decides to, hey, here, let me ride on your coattails and send all the people who I don't want in my country over to your country, and you can keep them in jail for the rest of their lives. And I'll just say that they were criminals. And you got this motherfucker out here defending this shit.
Number two, people that were violent before they came here. Number three, anyone who came here illegally.
How do you know they were violent before they came here? How do you know? You're assuming. You're just saying that these are gang members when they have not been proven to be gang members. Let's talk about the facts. They were violent before they came here. They said at 85%. They went through all of the names and they said 85% of the people who were sent over there did not have any arrest record here or from their home country. 85%. And he's saying that they were violent before they came over here. On what facts is he saying this? He's just talking, trying to uphold some bullshit like they always do. They still look at black people as violent from all the rhetoric that was taught back in the day. And they want to erase that part of history to make you believe that they have a good reason to say these things about black people to this day. The fuck out of here.
I mean, look, I'm sorry, but if you came here illegally, no matter how well-intentioned you were, there's probably a decent chance you're going to be sent back. And that's what the administration clearly communicated to the...
But if they were sent back to where they came from, it would be something different. You're going to be sent back. Sending them to an El Salvadorian prison is not sending them back. The fuck you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. What is he talking about? I don't understand what he's saying. Well, I do understand what he's saying, but what he's saying is just inadequate.
The American people in the election, they overwhelmingly voted for it, and it's not particularly a controversial matter.
Let me just, before we go, I want to, because we were talking about American citizens.
Yeah, it's really a controversial matter. It really is. Just because you don't think it is very controversial.
And the dividing line here. Here's Trump talking about, I guess, the prospect of sending American citizens to El Salvador too.
Do this 7 minutes a day until mid-May.
Hold on, let me get past this commercial.
Said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of the ideas?
Citizens to El Salvador too.
El Salvador, the president there said he would be willing to take American citizens in the federal prison population. Is that one of the ideas?
Well, I love that. If we could take some of our 20-time wise guys that push people into subways and that hit people over the back of the head and that purposely run people over in cars, if you would take them, I'd be honored to give. If they can house these horrible criminals for a lot less money than it costs us, I'm all for it. But I'd only do according to the law.
Well,
I mean, what is that? Do you guys? This is just a way of getting legal, to me, in my view, legal people of color, probably mainly Hispanic and black people, deported. Let's be real. If a white guy was charged with something, especially in the name of Trump and Republicans, right? Like the January 6th.
So the January 6th people wouldn't be there. David Penny would be at a football game with you. Those people? No, not those people. Black people and Mexican people. We know exactly what he means. Let's continue.
I wonder. I wonder who gets to determine what the law is, because this administration seems to think the courts don't.
Well, it sounds like if somebody got convicted of a violent crime that he just described.
Wait, sorry. So you're saying what's wrong with sending Americans to a prison in El Salvador?
I'm saying what's wrong with sending people who are convicted of violent crimes to prison, period.
No. That's not what he said. He said he's going to send them to a prison.
Yeah, so?
The vice president called it a gulag in El Salvador. Is that okay with you?
If you are convicted of a violent crime in this country, and a court finds you guilty of whatever those things he just listed, and it's okay by the law, which he said at the end of his answer. I mean,
how is it okay by the law to extradite Americans to a foreign country for crimes they committed here?
Well, I mean, it's okay. I mean, I think what he's saying is if it's okay by the law to put someone in prison,
okay, but
then they're going to do it. But he said if it's okay by the law, I don't know if it is or not, but that's what he said.
But you don't know. You just said it.
Yeah, yeah, but you said it was okay.
No.
You said he should do it. And we see that he said that it's okay by the law to send these people there, and you are defending it. The fuck? These people are disgusting.
I know you want all the illegals, all the violence out of jail. I know people in jail. Nobody
Listen, I'm just gonna leave.
And
that
so
right
that's his only argument. I know you want all the illegal and people who have committed crime out of jail. So that's a non-starter. It's a bunch of bullshit. Just because you can't defend your answer, you're gonna say that the Democrat people want all of the people who have committed crimes out of jail. That's silly. And his whole argument is silly. And he's a silly individual. Oh, I cannot stand him. Okay, so Grand Rising, just read my book. Linda G, I didn't see you come in. Grand Rising. Grand Rising, Nita B. I think his sexuality and his profession, they were saying that he is going to be unsafe over in a El Salvadorian prison because they have certain views on homosexuals and that he will be unsafe and he may not survive it, and he's not a gang member. And I think that they're saying that he's at extra risk. Just read my book. Been in the clouds, sending send Melania to El Salvador. Is she legal? Okay. I already predicted with the immigration, they are going to deport all the men and make the women slave and servants of the U.S. Yeah. You know, they're trying to make everything seem all right. They're arguing something that is, how can you defend this? And this is the same man who also defended them pardoning the January 6th criminals. Okay, so if you guys are not aware, I thank you guys for being here. I'm going to thank you guys right now. This video goes a little while. I may skip through it, but I want you to hear the opening statements at the bicameral spotlight hearing on Trump's pro-crime and pro-corruption. They adjourned a meeting about 45-47. So let's take a listen. There were 7 senators who voted with the Democrats to try to take over the power from 45-47, that the tariffs will only be able to last 60 days and that they will not be able to be enacted again without Congress. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, said that he's not going to have a vote on that. He's not going to bring it up for a vote. And 45-47 said if it comes up to a vote, he will veto it. So he's mad at 7 senators who have finally came out and said enough is enough as far as the money goes. But you notice that they sit down and keep their hands crossed and their mouth shuts when it has to do with harm to the people, but don't harm the rich by making them lose money. So I don't think that there's much hope for them standing up for the people. even though they see the things that he's done that have been wrong. They have finally, Mitch McConnell was one of them. Susan McCarthy, Mitch McConnell. Who was the other one? I keep forgetting his name from Kentucky. Yeah, 7 of them. I can see his face. But let's hear this hearing. And if you guys need to leave out, I appreciate you guys coming. And I'm just going to hit and miss through this, but I'm going to play their opening hearings statements. Thank you for coming. I appreciate your
Hearing to
support.
order. This week, an immigration attorney at the Department of Justice told a federal court that he would implore his department to seek to return a man wrongfully deported to a maximum security prison in El Salvador, a man who had been deported in violation of a judge's order. And the department's response to this gross miscarriage of justice was not to accept responsibility or to take urgent action to correct the problem and seek the man's return. No, the department's response was to punish the department's own lawyer for speaking truthfully to the court, for what it deemed an act of insubordination, for failure to give full-throated defense to the department's illegal act. This is why we are here today. We are here today because the rule of law and democracy in the United States is under attack, not by a foreign adversary or some distant threat. The rule of law is being attacked and subverted from within, from an administration intoxicated by its own power and enabled by a supine Congress. Donald Trump is taking unprecedented steps to bend our justice system to his will, and his administration is moving systematically and swiftly to dismantle the legal pillars that hold our democracy: the independence of the legal system, the idea of impartial justice, the right to counsel, and the principle that no one, not even a president, is above the law. If Donald Trump and his personal criminal defense lawyers now running the Justice Department succeed, the consequences will be profound. The impact will be felt by Americans from all walks of life and by future generations. This is why Ranking Member Raskin and I have taken the extraordinary step of convening this unprecedented hearing. We brought together both chambers of Congress, the Senate and the House, to conduct real oversight and to serve as a check and balance, to hold those who misuse power to account and to carry out our constitutional duty. Convening this hearing was not our first choice. We have tried to get our Republican colleagues to hold hearings, to do meaningful oversight, to assert Congress's authority as an independent branch of government. But to our great disappointment, our Republican colleagues have abdicated that important responsibility. They have stood by as the president has run roughshod over the legislative branch and turned Congress into little more than a rubber stamp. So today we'll hold the first of what we hope will be more bicameral oversight hearings. We will do the investigative work that our colleagues across the aisle refuse to do. We will expose the illegality, abuse, and corruption of this administration and within the Department of Justice. We will have brave witnesses speak to what's actually happening behind closed doors, how the Trump administration continues to try to intimidate them from speaking out, and why it matters to Americans across the country. The Trump administration is following a well-worn playbook. History serves as a guide and as a warning. In the 1930s, a Jewish lawyer in Berlin tracked in meticulous detail how Germany gradually became what he called a dual state. First, to keep the country running, the ordinary legal system remained in place for most people. And yet, step by step, a parallel system of governance and law emerged, what one scholar called a lawless zone. A parallel system carry out the will of the leader and to go after his enemies, real or perceived, to punish, to reward, to co-opt, to intimidate, silence, or take over institutions that make a society free and vibrant: the courts, the lawyers, the universities, the press, even businesses. And over time, the emerging authoritarianism would swallow what remained of the rule of law. And now Hungary provides a more present-day warning. Methodically, Viktor Orban has tried to dismantle the independence of Hungary's judicial system, its education system, and free press, undermining democracy while pretending to uphold the law. And we have our own history that we must not forget. In the 1950s, in this very institution, Senator Joseph McCarthy and his enablers wielded the power of the government to go after perceived enemies. Many shamefully did not stand up at the time. Some chose expediency, political gain, or profit. Others thought they could weather the storm by cutting deals or staying silent. If this sounds all too eerily familiar, it is because it is. But there is a silver lining and a reason for hope. Those who defended fellow Americans then are now rightfully viewed as vindicated by history. The courage demonstrated by Americans in decades past and by brave men and women in other countries should serve as our inspiration and a roadmap for standing up for the rule of law, for each other, and for our democracy. Today's hearing, therefore, is a step towards real oversight and accountability. Our witnesses have demonstrated remarkable courage, like Ryan Croswell, who resigned after witnessing, as we all have, the corrupt use of the Department of Justice's prosecutorial power by striking an illicit bargain with the mayor of New York to do the administration's bidding. These witnesses refuse to enable a two-tier system of justice that grants favors and cuts corners for the famous or wealthy. And as we'll hear today, they bravely stood up to ongoing efforts by the Department of Justice to intimidate them from speaking today, including when they planned to send armed marshals to the home of one of our witnesses, Liz Oyer, in order to discourage her from testifying today. These witnesses, like Stacey Young, are supporting others who continue to serve the public interest, continue to be employed by the Department of Justice, and who cannot speak for themselves. One of our witnesses, Rachel Cohen, stood up when her law firm would not, even as other law firms beat a path to the White House to capitulate to the extortionary campaign of the executive branch, even as that campaign weakens the right to counsel, the right of free speech, and the right to take on unpopular causes. Today's witnesses represent the antidote to the collective action problem we have seen when law firms, universities, and other institutions race to the White House to cut their own deals rather than stand on principle. In this defining moment, our institutions must not grovel before power. They must not retreat. They must stand together. They must lead. Law firms, universities, public servants, Congress, each has a unique role, an important role to play, because a democracy that fails to hold power to account ceases to be a democracy at all. Because we cannot allow the law to be twisted into a tool of personal or political vengeance or favor, and we cannot let threats to our democracy go unchallenged. Before we introduce the witnesses, let me turn to my colleagues, Ranking Member Raskin and Ranking Member Durbin, both of whom have demonstrated extraordinary leadership during this moment of profound challenge. I'm grateful that we are convening this hearing together, and I'm grateful for the courage of today's witnesses who have refused to remain silent. I now yield to my colleague, Mr. Raskin, for his opening statement, followed by Mr. Durbin.
Well, thank you, Senator Schiff, for those moving remarks, and thank you, Ranking Member Durbin. Thank you both for working with us to hold this oversight hearing, which Republicans on neither side of the Capitol were willing to call. Special thanks to our witnesses today. Your bravery is inspiring to an anxious nation today. Even in the face of great pressure, each of you has stood tall and held fast to your oath to uphold the Constitution and the integrity of the legal profession. Just as the president has crashed the stock market with his illegal tariffs, he has crashed the justice system with his dreadful appointments and vindictive policies. He's filled the leadership of the Department of Justice with his personal lawyers, unapologetically extremist sycophants like Kash Patel and Ed Martin, who elevate their devotion to Trump over any semblance of fidelity to the Constitution, the rule of law, and the rules of professional responsibility. Our witnesses are people who have refused to bow down and be complicit in the way so many of our colleagues have been complicit. The president fires dozens of DOJ lawyers simply for doing their jobs and prosecuting the January 6th insurrectionists who violently assaulted and wounded more than 140 of our police officers. The Republicans say nothing. The president issues executive orders banning disfavored lawyers and law firms from federal buildings, federal courthouses, federal employment, and federal security clearances unless they offer him blind loyalty and millions of dollars in free pro bono services for his pro malum causes. And the Republicans say nothing. Trump sacked 18 inspectors general who saved us $91 billion in actual waste, fraud, and abuse last year. His team gutted the Office of Public Integrity and suspended enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. They withdrew prosecution of New York City Mayor Adams on serious bribery and corruption charges because he formed an alliance with Trump, causing 7 top prosecutors to resign their offices, led by Danielle Sassoon, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District, who clerked for Justice Scalia and was an active member of the Federalist Society. Our GOP colleagues are silent about these scandalous offenses. But House Republicans are outspoken about this. Many are calling for impeachment of the judges who've rendered 56 preliminary injunctions or temporary restraining orders against this reign of fear and terror. The president and Elon Musk go online and call them radical left rogue judges. Even Judge Boasberg, a pillar of the bar and chief judge of the D.C. District Court, who was first appointed to the bench by President Bush and was Justice Kavanaugh's roommate at Yale. We have only impeached 15 judges in the entire history of the United States, always for corruption offenses, bribery, tax evasion, habitual drunkenness, not even occasional drunkenness, habitual drunkenness, never for doctrinal disagreement with their rulings, much less when their rulings are manifestly correct. As Chief Justice Roberts put it a few weeks ago, the proper response to a decision you disagree with in the district court is to appeal. the decision, not to impeach the judge. They're not making America great again, but they're definitely making the government corrupt again. We're grateful to you, witnesses, for having the courage to speak up against this outrageous corruption of our justice system as it came to affect you. And we're eager to hear your important stories. You will teach America how to stand tall. Ms. Oyer, I understand the Deputy Attorney General tried to send armed marshals to your home at night to deliver a clear message, not to speak to us at today's hearing. And yet, I see you here today undaunted and unbowed, proving to Mr. Blanche and any other Trump official that you can't bully and silence everyone. That kind of courage is contagious, but we must emphasize to a watchful nation that courage is not the opposite of fear. Real courage, in fact, is experiencing all the fear, all the terror of these official threats and harassment, registering the fear of vigilante and online attacks, metabolizing the fear of your own government hounding you, but then pressing on anyway with conviction and passion for what you know to be right and lawful and just. No, courage, which is a virtue, is not the opposite of fear, which is an emotion, and indeed a necessary and adaptive emotion. Courage is a virtue, and it's the opposite of cowardice, which is a vice. The worst cowards are the tyrants and despots themselves who choose to terrify other people because they have allowed their own terrible fears and insecurities to turn them into monstrous, deformed, and cruel people. But the people who enable tyrants and despots, who do their bidding and work their will and flatter them and bow and scrape before them, they are cowards too, undoubtedly, at least if they have any choice in the matter. Every authoritarian regime runs on lies and runs on fear. Every authoritarian regime fears the truth and fears people who act justly and defiantly based on the truth. And that means they fear people like you and what you have to say to your fellow citizens. Thank you for recognizing the fear of this moment, feeling it, and nonetheless deciding to go ahead and act with courage and composure against the tyrant and his accomplices. I yield back to my very good friend, Senator Schiff, and I turn it over to Mr. Durbin for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Congressman Raskin. It's an honor to be here. All across America this last weekend, thousands of people, many whom never participated in a political event, came out to demonstrate their concern about the current state of the American government and what is happening with this administration. There were 1,000 in Springfield, Illinois, some 50,000 in Chicago, Illinois, and that story is repeated over and over again. We are at a unique moment in our history. Presidents have constitutional issues, virtually all do, but few have a constitutional crisis, which we are facing now in this country. I want to thank Congressman Raskin for coming here today, along with his colleagues from the House, and thank my colleagues from the Senate. But I want to particularly thank Senator Schiff. He's in a unique position, bridging the experience you had in the House of Representatives with this administration, and now your responsibility here in the United States Senate. I think this may be unique in American history, but it's certainly warranted, and I thank you for your leadership, Senator, in bringing us together. When you take a look at what we face today, it is truly a constitutional crisis. How did it start? Well, it certainly started with questioning a legitimate election and the outcome. Stop the Steal movement was an indication of pure effort to stop the Constitution from working its way. But the courts rejected President Trump's efforts to turn the results of the election, and now we see what he does in his second term. First, President Trump has gutted and weaponized the Department of Justice and our federal law enforcement agencies. The Justice Department is supposed to enforce our laws and protect our citizens, but President Trump appointed his personal attorneys to fill numerous senior positions at DOJ, including Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General. As many of us predicted, the new DOJ leadership has treated the Justice Department like the president's personal law firm. From dismissing corruption charges against Mayor of New York in exchange for supporting the president's policies, to restoring gun rights to domestic abusers who supported the president, to threatening universities that don't toe the MAGA line, the Justice Department has abandoned its commitment to the rule of law to advance the personal and political interest of Donald Trump alone. We need to fight back against this weaponized Justice Department. That's why I led the Judiciary Democrats in filing a bar complaint against Trump DOJ official Amo Bove for his role in corrupt bargaining with Mayor Adams. That's why I've led the Senate Judiciary Democrats in demanding an explanation from Attorney General Bondi for the firing of the pardon attorney and the restoration, for God's sakes, of Mel Gibson's gun rights. This brings me to the second way in which President Trump has threatened the rule of law, targeting law firms simply because they dared to employ attorneys who were involved in litigation or representations that the president didn't care for. We have long recognized the importance of parties before a court having representation by attorneys of their choosing, even in unpopular and politically charged cases. This goes back to the founding of the Republic. John Adams, our second president and one of the nation's founding fathers, famously represented 9 British soldiers accused of perpetrating the Boston Massacre. The right to counsel is so fundamental that it's enshrined in the 6th Amendment. But instead of protecting and defending the Constitution as he swore to do, President Trump has used his position to settle political scores and target law firms he deems insufficiently loyal. Over the past 2 months, he's issued executive orders and attempted to suspend security clearances, limit access to government buildings, and prohibit government contracts for certain firms. If those orders sound lawless, it's because they are. And multiple federal courts have appropriately blocked large portions of those executive orders. The Republicans on the floor and in the committee complain and moan and groan about all of the judicial cases that have been ruling against them, and many have. The fact of the matter is that this president has issued over 100 executive orders, many of which fly directly in the face of clear constitutional law. The president's actions pose an existential threat to the targeted law firms. Some have capitulated. For other firms, even the threat of future executive orders was enough to lead them to preemptively cut deals with the Trump administration. That, of course, is the point. The president wants to intimidate law firms so they'll think twice before taking on a client whose rights have been violated by the administration. That should alarm everyone. This is the kind of thing we expect from tin-pot dictatorships in other parts of the world. But these kinds of attacks on lawyers and the rule of law are unprecedented in the United States of America. They are not normal, and we cannot allow them to continue. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses, and thank you for your courage coming forward today. It's important that we hear this story that each of you has lived. And I want to close by saying to all those who gathered across America and who communicate through social media, asking what Congress is doing to try to stop these excesses and these violations of the Constitution, remember what happens on this day, because on this day, I think we are making history at the right moment. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Ranking Member Durbin. We'll now introduce the witnesses, and these will be the briefest of introductions so we can leave more time for testimony and questions. But today we're joined by Liz Oyer, who previously served as the pardon attorney at the Department of Justice. We're also joined by Stacey Young, who previously served as an attorney in the Civil Rights Division in the Department of Justice. We're also joined by Ryan Croswell, who served as a federal prosecutor in the Public Integrity Section of the Department of Justice, and Rachel Cohen, who served as an associate attorney at Skadden, one of the largest law firms in the world. Thank you for being here, and we'll turn it over to you for opening statements. Ms. Ware, why don't you start us off?
Thank you very much. Exactly 1 month ago today.
Can you turn your mic on or bring it close?
Can you hear me now?
A little closer, if you would.
How's that?
Better, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Exactly 1 month ago, I was terminated from my job as the Justice Department's pardon attorney. The pardon attorney is a non-political position that is entrusted with advising the president about the exercise of his constitutional clemency power. When I was fired, there were over 6,000 applications pending from ordinary Americans around the country who were seeking the president's mercy and second chances through clemency. I had planned to talk today about the events leading up to my firing, but some more recent developments have persuaded me to focus my time on the callous cruelty with which DOJ leadership is treating dedicated public servants like myself. For me, this began with my abrupt firing. It was 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. I was in a conference room meeting with colleagues from several different DOJ offices. We were brainstorming about how to implement a priority of the Attorney General. Halfway through the meeting, I was frantically pulled out by my deputy. In the hallway, she broke the news to me that security officers were waiting for me in my office to serve me with termination papers and escort me out of the building. I rushed back to my office. There, I was handed a 3-sentence memo signed by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, firing me effective immediately. I had never met Mr. Blanche, and I received no explanation for his decision. That afternoon, I walked out of the building for the last time carrying a grocery bag filled with my personal effects. I had no time to say goodbye to my team. I was in shock. Everyone I passed on the way out was looking on in shock and horror. I want Deputy Attorney General Blanche and Attorney General Bondi to know it is traumatic for everyone in an entire organization to see a beloved colleague and leader treated that way. My heart aches for my colleagues who had to go back into that office on Monday with no explanation from DOJ leadership and no assurances about what the future holds for them. They are good, dedicated people, and they deserve better. After I was fired, I chose to speak publicly about the events leading up to my termination. I felt that it was my obligation to share my concerns about the reckless and unethical use of department resources to accomplish political objectives, including favors for loyalists and friends. Shortly after I did so, Mr. Blanche contacted the media to accuse me of lying. This still puzzles me because his staff has all of the memos and emails that substantiate everything I have ever said. I requested those documents through FOIA, but Mr. Blanche's staff still has not produced them. I have made some other simple requests of the department since my firing. One was for my annual performance evaluations, which show that I received outstanding ratings every year. One was for personnel documents that I would need to file for unemployment. DOJ responded to me that these were complex requests and I could not expect a response in any reasonable period of time. For weeks after my firing, DOJ also refused to provide me with documents about my benefits, including my health insurance and including my retirement plan. Finally, on April 2nd, after my requests got some media attention, I got an email advising me that my health insurance would expire in 5 days. I learned that to extend my coverage, the cost to me and my family would more than quadruple. I was told that to keep my family members covered, I would have to prove my familial relationships with them. I was told that I would need to provide my marriage certificate, the birth certificate of my child, and proof of a common residence or joint tax filings with my spouse. Perhaps the most personally upsetting part of the story is the lengths to which the leadership of the department has gone to prevent me from testifying here today. On Friday night around 9:15, I learned that the Deputy Attorney General's office had directed the Department's Security and Emergency Planning Service to send 2 armed Special Deputy U.S. Marshals to my home to serve me with a letter. The letter was to be served at my home between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock on Friday night. I was in the car with my husband and my parents, who are sitting behind me today, when I got the news that the officers were on their way to my house where my teenage child was home alone. Fortunately, due to the grace of a very decent person who understood how upsetting this would be to my family, I was able to confirm receipt of the letter to an email address, and the deputies were called off. The letter had been emailed to me just before 8 o'clock that night. At no point did Mr. Blanche's staff pick up the phone and call me before they sent armed deputies to my home. The letter was a warning to me about the risks of testifying here today. But I am here because I will not be bullied into concealing the ongoing corruption and abuse of power at the Department of Justice. DOJ is entrusted with keeping us safe, upholding the rule of law, and protecting our civil rights. It is not a personal favor bank for the president. Its career employees are not the president's personal debt collectors. I see only Democratic members here today, but this is not a partisan issue. It should alarm all Americans that the leadership of the Department of Justice appears to value political loyalty above the fair and responsible administration of justice. It should offend all Americans that our leaders are treating public servants with a lack of basic decency and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for the courage you're demonstrating by being here. Jamie, did you want to introduce Mr. Croswell?
It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Ronnie Croswell, who previously served as a federal prosecutor in the public integrity section of the Department of Justice, and Rachel Cohen, who previously served as an associate attorney at Skadden, one of the largest law firms in the world. We thank you both for being here. And now, Mr. Croswell, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Ranking Member Raskin, Ranking Member Durbin, Senator Schiff, and members of the House and Senate Judiciary Committees. For 10 years, I served as a federal prosecutor with the Department of Justice, but I started my career in public service as an officer in the United States Marine Corps. I was motivated to join the military after September 11, 2001, and I've tried to live my life by the Marine Corps ethos, honor, courage, and commitment. My career as a federal prosecutor started in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where I prosecuted white-collar fraudsters, drug traffickers, child predators, and violent criminals. I then served as a prosecutor in San Diego, California, where I prosecuted border crimes, including immigration offenses and the smuggling of dangerous drugs into this country from Mexico. Finally, for the last 4.5 years, I served as a prosecutor with the department's Public Integrity Section. The Public Integrity Section was formed in the aftermath of Watergate, and it prosecutes corruption at the federal, state, and local levels. Throughout my time with the Justice Department, I followed the principles that guide all federal prosecutors. Follow the facts in the law wherever they may lead. seek justice in an even-handed and apolitical manner, act with fairness, impartiality, integrity, and adherence to the rule of law. On February 17th of this year, I resigned from the department as part of a sequence of events that can only be described as among the saddest in the department's history. I want to make clear that I had no role in the prosecution of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. My knowledge as to the facts and the evidence are limited to that which has been publicly reported. Let me also state that I speak for myself and myself alone. The chain of events that led to my resignation began when the acting Deputy Attorney General ordered the United States Attorney's Office in New York to dismiss the case against Mayor Adams. This was not based on the prosecution's merits. And we know this because he openly acknowledged in a memorandum that department leadership had decided to dismiss the case, quote, without assessing the strength of the evidence or the legal theories on which the case is based. This action leveraged the threat of future prosecution to ensure political compliance. The message that this sent, intentionally or unintentionally, was that public officials may be prosecuted or may be protected from prosecution as long as they're politically aligned with the Trump administration. In a properly functioning justice system, any public official wishing to avoid prison has to live by one rule of thumb: obey our nation's laws. And this action raised an even more chilling question. Is the Justice Department that will drop charges against those who acquiesce to a political demand a Justice Department that will bring charges against those who don't? When the acting U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York stood up for the rule of law and resigned rather than carrying out the order, the case was transferred to the Public Integrity Section. When our acting chief and our deputy chiefs stood up for the rule of law and resigned rather than carrying out the order, the remaining attorneys in our section were ordered to find 2 attorneys to sign a motion to dismiss. Ultimately, one of our attorneys signed a motion to stop the destruction of the section. The Public Integrity Section has protected the American people against abuses of power for nearly 50 years. But it was nearly eliminated in an hour over a dismissal of charges against a man that a grand jury had found to have engaged in a criminal abuse of power himself. At this point, too many lines have been crossed, and so I too resigned. The threats against current members of the legal community, both in public service and private practice, are real, and they're of consequence. To those attorneys facing such threats, I share with you a message that I received on the day that my colleagues and I were ordered to dismiss the Adams case. It came from a fellow Marine. It read, "Keep your head up and keep your values and your oath at the forefront." Every attorney who takes an oath to uphold the law, and every citizen who values democracy must have a line in the sand that cannot be crossed. Speaking out and doing the right thing increasingly comes with personal risk. But the day after I resigned, my sister had her first daughter, and I want my niece to know the same democracy that I've known. That's worth any cost. That's worth fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Croswell. Ms. Cohen, your opening statement, and I should take a second of personal privilege over here in the Senate just to say that Ms. Cohen was very close friends with my son Tommy at Harvard Law School, and he always told me that you were a woman of great intelligence and great character. It's good to see you.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to the members today. I acknowledge this is not the first Monday of unemployment that I anticipated, but I am appreciative to be here. On March 20th, I tendered my conditional resignation to Skadden Arps, where I was employed as a finance associate. I did so because I believe our country is teetering on the brink of authoritarianism, and that many leaders of our most prestigious and profitable law firms recognize this risk and choose to ignore it because they are afraid. It's likely they're afraid of losing profits, but I think it's also likely that these leaders are afraid because standing up to authoritarianism is scary. It is easier to ignore what is happening than to acknowledge the fight that lies ahead. I resigned amidst a series of attacks on the legal profession that began on February 25th when the Trump administration stripped large law firm Covington and Burling of government contracts for representing special counsel Jack Smith during his investigation of the president. Then the president entered an executive order against law firm Perkins Coie, not only stripping Perkins of government contracts, but also targeting third-party contractors that retain Perkins as counsel. Again, the administration named Perkins as past representation of clients and causes the president dislikes as the cause. Perkins chose to fight back. It challenged this blatantly unconstitutional order and successfully won a temporary restraining order the next day. In a normal presidency, this sends a message to the administration: press pause while the Perkins executive order is litigated. But the president continued to enter executive orders targeting firms based on past representation. Enter Paul Weiss, the next target of an executive order. Instead of fighting back, Paul Weiss offered the Trump administration $40 million in pro bono legal services for pet projects and promised to evaluate hiring and retention practices in partnership with the president. He withdrew the order. Paul Weiss's decision was a stunning betrayal of the firm's associates and the legal system that made its partnership very, very rich. Like calling this hearing, resignation was not my first choice. Throughout this period, associates across the industry were engaged in measured advocacy internally and externally, hoping to get our firms to band together and stand up to the administration's attacks on the broader legal profession. Paul Weiss's capitulation made me realize firm leadership was not motivated to act collectively. I became certain my employer was not going to be brave, and so I resigned. I was heartbroken to be proven right 8 days later on March 28th, when Skadden promised the Trump administration $100 million in pro bono legal services, despite no executive order being entered against them. Other associates resigned in protest, 2 of them publicly. They're sitting behind me, and I am so unbelievably grateful. We did so because our adversarial legal system only functions when parties have representation. Everyone deserves an advocate. That principle is invoked by law firm partners to justify high profit but distasteful representations. Everyone deserves an advocate. American justice is not sua sponte. Without skilled lawyers, meritorious lawsuits may never be brought in the first place. Public interest attorneys, themselves separately targeted by the administration, are now also scrambling to replace resources and attention these firms historically provide as they challenge unconstitutional actions and provide direct representation to clients in need. This is intentional. Courts are perhaps our last line of defense against authoritarianism. I was raised to advocate and to be aware of the racial, financial, and other privileges I hold that make it more likely that my voice will be heard in halls of power. I am the daughter of 2 government attorneys who both served their country in the United States Air Force. While in high school in Ohio, my best friend was one of the only Latina students in our graduating class and faced overt racism. And I remember following a particularly egregious incident when we went to the principal together, how my outrage was heard as much or more than hers. After studying political science at The Ohio State University, I spent 4 years teaching in Providence Public Schools, and my students, some of whom I know are watching right now, are brave and smart and bold. But there were many times where, despite the self-evidence of my students' brilliance, people did not believe it existed until a white native English speaker pointed it out. Acceptance to Harvard Law School and employment at Skadden made my already powerful voice even louder. The cowardice or apathy in some of these spaces at times caused disillusionment, but those dear to me, including your son, Congressman Raskin, made sure I remembered that just because such cowardice is common doesn't make it acceptable. And as you said, courage is a choice. I was asked here because my voice is loud, but I came here for the same reason I resigned. It is important for the very real people whose voices are not heard in the same way to have an advocate today and always. This advocacy cannot be defined by fear of future retribution. My students and non-white friends and colleagues deserve brave advocates. Mahmoud Khalil, Rumaiza Ozturk, Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, and Andre Jose Hernandez Romero deserve brave advocates. People seeking abortion care or birth control or gender-affirming care deserve brave advocates. And to be clear, everyone else, the law firm partners enabling this slide into autocracy, the voters who put Trump into office and are waiting and will wait forever for him to care about the difficulties that they face. Those of us in this room today, we all deserve brave advocates. The administration cannot pick and choose who gets representation. It cannot use executive power to scare lawyers out of advocacy. If we allow any president to dictate who deserves a lawyer, our legal system fails. Like firm leaders, I am afraid of where this intimidation campaign leads. But unlike most of them, I will not allow my fear to manifest as silence. I choose courage. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I hope your courage and that of your 2 colleagues seated behind you will be contagious among the bar. Ms. Young, thank you for your service in the Civil Rights Division, and you are recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Ranking Member Raskin, Ranking Member Durbin, Senator Schiff, and members of the committees, Thank you for the opportunity to appear at this important hearing about the ongoing attacks on the Justice Department. After 18 years as a career litigator in DOJ civil rights and civil divisions, I recently founded Justice Connection, an organization mobilizing DOJ alumni to support the department's workforce. The Justice Department's 115,000 employees come to work every day to uphold the rule of law, keep our country safe, and protect our civil rights. All but a few hundred of these employees are career civil servants. The department's employees shield our communities from gun violence, prevent terrorist attacks on American soil, investigate and prosecute drug traffickers responsible for the deadly fentanyl epidemic, and so much more. Yet the Trump administration has unleashed an all-out assault on these public servants who are now facing attacks on their employment, their integrity, their well-being, and even their safety. Over the past 3 months, employees at all levels have been fired, suspended, demoted, and reassigned. They include senior career officials across the department, including in law enforcement components like the FBI and ATF. They also include officials assigned to cases disfavored by this administration. Many have been forced to resign rather than follow orders they concluded were unethical or unlawful. The attacks on the department's workforce are too widespread and numerous to catalog in a single hearing. But I'd like to highlight 3 particular aspects that are especially alarming. First, the administration's purge of career law enforcement and national security employees makes us less safe. Congress should be deeply concerned about the termination of some of the most senior leaders at the FBI and the ouster of top officials from the department's National Security Division, Criminal Division, and ATF. Removing these investigators and prosecutors has left our communities more vulnerable to violent crime and terrorism. Proposals to restructure and downsize the department's law enforcement work, for example, by merging ATF and DEA, will only make the problem worse. Second, the department's political leadership is getting rid of career employees because they refuse to behave unethically. To be clear, career employees should carry out the policy priorities of the executive branch, even when those priorities change across administrations. That's why long-term career lawyers like Erez Raveni zealously represent the interests of the United States in controversial cases, regardless of underlying policy judgments. But department officials must still follow ethical requirements, court rules, governing statutes, and the Justice Manual. Increasingly, career employees are being told that to keep their jobs, they must ignore their ethical duties and oath to uphold the Constitution. We should all be grateful to Erez Raveni and others who choose the rule of law over partisan loyalty, a choice DOJ employees should never be forced to make. Finally, the interim U.S. Attorney in the District of Columbia has run roughshod over prosecutorial norms, threatened investigations of dedicated career prosecutors, and carried himself as a general in the president's war on his enemies instead of a backstop on crime in our nation's capital. Ed Martin Jr. came to the job with no prosecutorial experience and a history of representing January 6th defendants who his new office spent years successfully prosecuting. He's destabilized his office by firing prosecutors involved in those cases and demoting widely respected supervisors, in the process cratering morale and unit cohesion and eroding the judgment, experience, and institutional knowledge that are essential to the office's vital work. If his reign continues, DC will be far more vulnerable to drug trafficking, terrorist attacks, and violent crime. The animus facing DOJ employees is unlike anything I saw in my nearly 2 decades of service, and I don't believe there's any precedent for it in the department's history. We can't expect employees to counter these attacks alone. Protecting them and DOJ's mission-critical work must be a top priority of every member of your committees and of all Americans who will suffer if the department is destroyed. Thank you.
Mr. Raskin, you want to begin questions?
Thank you very much. Ms. Oyer, the DOJ tried to stop you from coming today because they were very eager to silence your voice. You were fired hours after you refused to agree to the Deputy Attorney General's demand that you sign your name to a memo and that you recommend that Mel Gibson, a convicted domestic abuser who also happens to be a friend of Donald Trump and his special ambassador to Hollywood, get all of his gun rights restored. Is that right?
That's right.
And you refused to be complicit in that sequence of events because you had serious concerns. You said, quote, he is the profile of exactly who you would not recommend for this type of relief, citing his history of domestic violent abuse, alcohol abuse, and so on. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you were fired just a few hours after you told the Deputy Attorney General that you could not go along with this request.
Within hours, yes.
Now they're disputing your account. They're calling you a liar. You filed a FOIA request to demonstrate exactly what happened. Have you gotten the documents back yet?
I have not gotten any of the communications between myself and members of Mr. Blanche's staff, which illustrate that everything I have ever said about this matter is true.
And we have some of your contemporaneous communications with your own colleagues that corroborate your account.
That's right. I did, pursuant to FOIA, get some documents that were in possession of the Office of the Pardon Attorney, and they also corroborate my account.
All right. Then they had sent 2 armed marshals to your home to try to intimidate you with a letter telling you not to come today. Why did you decide to come?
I came because I don't want to be complicit in what is happening inside the Department of Justice, which is the misuse of the resources of the department to do political favors for friends of the president, for loyalists. And I just don't believe that that's right. And I don't want to be part of it. So I feel that I need to speak up.
Your courage is heroic to us. And I want to say to you and your family, thank you. And we are with you and we're going to stand by you. Just this past weekend, we saw another shocking example of retaliation. DOJ suspended the prosecutor who had stated in court that a man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia of Maryland, had been erroneously deported to El Salvador as an administrative error and imprisoned there, where he faces serious danger and gang violence. The judge in the case demanded that the Trump administration seek Garcia's return to the United States, and the administration is, despite confession of its error, arguing to prevent Mr. Garcia's return, saying he's out of the custody of the United States, and they wash the hands of the matter. Ms. Young, is there any doubt in your mind that this prosecutor's suspension was retaliation simply for speaking the truth in court, as this prosecutor was sworn to do?
That's what the facts seem to suggest.
Well, I think that all of these events should stir the conscience of America, and we thank you all for stepping forward now to sound a cry about what's taking place. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. I just want to put a fine point, Ms. Oyer, on your testimony. You apply the same standard, did you not, with reference to Mel Gibson, you would apply to anyone. That is, you looked at the facts to determine whether you should recommend restoration of gun rights. You didn't consider friendship with the president or any other impermissible consideration. You just looked at the facts. Is that right?
Well, Mr. Schiff, let me say that this is a project that was not within the normal purview of the Office of the Pardon Attorney. There was no real interest from this administration in considering the work that this office normally does, which is provide advice that is non-political in nature to the president about how to use his constitutional clemency power. So this whole project was something that was very different. It was not the normal work of the Office of the Pardon Attorney, but we jumped in and tried to do our best to support it because we understood that it was a priority of the leadership of the department. And in doing so, a primary concern was considerations of public safety. Would we be able to recommend that someone could safely receive their firearm rights back? And that was my concern in the case that you have discussed, that I did not have enough evidence in front of me to make the recommendation that that could be done safely.
So based on the evidence in front of you, you didn't believe it could be, the restoration of gun rights to Mel Gibson could be done safely?
I did not have enough information to convince me that I could recommend that it could be done safely.
And you know, your description of the Office of the Pardon Attorney raises another question, which is, was your office consulted on the, what is it, 1,550 pardons of the January 6th insurrectionists that were granted by the president?
I learned about those pardons on the news, just like every other American.
And were you the head of that office?
I was.
I remember Pam Bondi testifying, I think in this very room, that she was going to go through those cases one by one. Normally, a pardon request for any of those individuals would have gone to your office for review and examination to determine if there was a grounds or there was acceptance responsibility or service of time or whatnot. Would that have been the process?
The ordinary process is that individuals apply through the Office of the Pardon Attorney. The office carefully vets the applications that we receive, and we look at all of the individualized factors that would support or weigh against a pardon in a particular case, and we make a recommendation on that basis. That's not something we were asked to do in that context, and in fact, it's not something that the office, as of the time of my departure, had been asked to do at all in the context of clemency grants by this administration.
So in the case of Mel Gibson, there was one standard for a friend of the president for a Hollywood celebrity with respect to gun right restoration, regardless of the public safety issue. In the case you testified about, Mr. Croswell, you resigned after your office, attorneys in your office, were asked to dismiss a case against the mayor of New York, which a grand jury found probable cause to believe he had engaged in corrupt acts. Your attorneys were asked, your colleagues were asked to dismiss that case, not because of any flaw in the evidence, not because of any insufficiency in the evidence, But because of some kind of a bargain between the Department of Justice and the mayor regarding an unrelated policy matter, that is immigration, is that your understanding from the public record?
Senator, the memo that the acting deputy attorney general sent to the attorney's office in New York explicitly stated that it wasn't based on the facts or the legal theories on which the case was based. So that was very explicit.
And I was an assistant U.S. attorney for almost 6 years in California, and I just want to underscore how truly extraordinary that is, what you just testified, that a meritorious case is dismissed against a politician, not because of a flaw in the evidence, not because of any prosecutorial misconduct, but because of an interest in having that politician carry the president's water over unrelated policy matters. I never saw anything like that in my almost 6 years in the department. Have you ever seen anything like that in your experience?
Senator, and really from when you start as a federal prosecutor, you're trained that everything is based on the facts and the law. We prosecute based on the facts and the law. And that ensures that, we're holding the bad guys accountable and innocent Americans remain free. As long as it's based on the facts and law, that's the best way for us to be doing our job effectively to keep the American people safe.
And I just want to underscore before I turn to Ranking Member Durbin, something you said in your testimony too, which is if the Justice Department believes that it can intervene in the case of friends of the president like Mel Gibson to give him special treatment, or in the case of the mayor of New York to give him special treatment because of unrelated policy help to the president, they can also weaponize that same Justice Department against the president's perceived enemies. And Senator Whitehouse has well demonstrated how that principle has applied in going after funds made available for renewable energy projects under the Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you for your testimony, and I now yield to Senator Durbin, Ranking Member Durbin, for his questions.
Thank you, Senator Schiff. And let me say to all of the witnesses who are here today, this remarkable hearing should help to restore the nation's faith in the democracy and the courage of the witnesses who have come here today to testify, and the courage of their family who stand behind them. Ms. Hoyer, it's my understanding that there are guidelines to be considered with pardon petitions. And among those guidelines, there's a requirement that they be granted in part based on, quote, the petitioner's demonstrated good conduct for a substantial period of time after conviction and service of sentence, and that, quote, a petitioner should be genuinely desirous of forgiveness rather than vindication. One of the first acts of office, obviously, of President Trump was the full unconditional pardon of 1,600, the number I'm not sure of, but I think it's in that range, of those who participated in the insurrectionist riot here in the Capitol. Most of us at this table were witnesses to those crimes and certainly understood what happened to the men and women in law enforcement who still protect us to this day and risk their lives for us on January 6th. I've taken a look at some of those who were given these pardons and gone through what they have done even since, in the few weeks since that happened. It is outrageous, some of the conduct that has been well documented. My question to you as a pardon attorney at the time, were you consulted on the pardons of the January 6 rioters?
I was not consulted. No member of my office was consulted about those pardons.
What would have happened to the pardon request for January 6 offenders had the normal DOJ pardon process been followed?
Had any of those individuals applied for a pardon, they would have been in due course fully vetted on an individualized basis, and the office would have formed a recommendation about the individual applicants, which would have been provided to the president. The whole role of the office is to ensure that some uniform and consistent standards are provided, and more importantly, the role is to ensure that people who are waiting their turn, who have meritorious cases, that those cases can make their way to the president's desk. Those folks who have access to the White House through the front door, they don't need the help of the Office of the Pardon Attorney to elevate their cause, and there are thousands of ordinary Americans who are seeking the mercy of the president through the clemency process who are not being considered right now because the office is not being consulted. There are individuals who are serving incredibly lengthy sentences under outdated mandatory minimum sentencing laws who are seeking reductions of their sentence, people who have demonstrated rehabilitation over the course of decades in prison. There are people whose family members are writing in pleading for their return home. There are individuals who are in the community doing incredibly well, who have demonstrated rehabilitation and given back over the course of years who are asking for pardons. And all of those people are on hold because no interaction was happening as of the time of my departure between the Office of the Pardon Attorney and the White House about clemency. The only people being considered for clemency were people who had some sort of inside access, inside track to the White House and could get their cases in front of the president without going through the ordinary process. And that is very concerning, and it causes real reason to lose confidence in the clemency process and real damage to our system of justice.
Have you followed what has happened to those who were given pardons by President Trump, who were engaged in assaulting law enforcement here on Capitol Hill? Have you followed any of the cases? What has happened to them since?
I have, sir.
And what have you seen?
Well, there seems to be chaos in litigation that's happening around the country about determining what the intended scope of the pardons was. That's one thing I've observed, and that's one way that you can tell that my office was not involved. Had we been involved, we would have written the paperwork in an intelligible, clear way, so there was no ambiguity about what it meant. But instead, there is litigation happening around the country in which the department is taking inconsistent positions and reversing itself about what those pardons mean. They have created a lot of chaos in a lot of different ways, and that is not the way the process is intended to work.
At least one of these people has been shot dead assaulting a police officer. Are you aware of that?
I don't want to overstep the area of my knowledge. I've seen things in the news, but I don't have any personal knowledge about the facts of that case or others.
Mr. Chairman, let me conclude by saying that last week our New Jersey colleague showed strength and resolve and courage to stand for more than 25 hours to speak for fairness and justice. He made history. This hearing continues in that spirit. Thank you all for your courage in attending.
I'd like to recognize Mr. Nadler from New York for his questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this important hearing, shining a light on the most lawless administration in history. Donald Trump may pride himself on mastering the art of the deal. What he has really perfected is the art of the shakedown. Look no further than the corrupt quid pro quo with the mayor of my own city of New York, Eric Adams. After cozying up to Donald Trump, the charges against him were dismissed without prejudice. Was it because the prosecutors determined there wasn't sufficient evidence to bring him to trial? No, it was because Donald Trump wanted something from him. He wanted the mayor to help carry out his extreme immigration agenda against the wishes and the well-being of millions of New Yorkers. So he and his administration orchestrated a corrupt bargain to drop the charges in exchange for the mayor doing his dirty work. And by dismissing the charges without prejudice, meaning they could be reinstated at any time, effectively kept the mayor on the hook to assure he did whatever Trump wanted. And of course, there is the president's effort to bully and intimidate major law firms that employ lawyers who dared to try to hold him accountable when they served in government. His campaign of retribution is a classic case of extortion, threatening the livelihood of these firms unless they do his bidding. If it weren't for the Supreme Court's immunity ruling last year, Trump could be prosecuted for extortion, violation of the Hobbs Act. Of course, Trump's captive DOJ would not prosecute in any event. Mr. Crosswell, thank you for being here. In your testimony, you told us about the reasons why you resigned. Perhaps you can elaborate. I know you did not work directly on the case, but how would you characterize the evidence you have seen publicly reported against Mayor Adams? Was it substantial? Was it overwhelming? What were some of the most egregious examples of public corruption you saw in this matter, particularly as it related to the mayor?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. You know, the case had not been dismissed with prejudice by Judge Ho last week. Mayor Adams would have had his trial, and like any other citizen, he'd be presumed innocent until proven guilty. That said, it was obviously deeply concerning that this was being dismissed for reasons that had nothing to do with the evidence. And so in terms of my own resignation, that was concerning. I probably would still be a public integrity had it not been for the fact that then five of my colleagues, incredibly talented, dedicated, and friends of mine with deep integrity, then also had to resign because they wouldn't sign the order. And that really kind of goes back to my experience as a Marine officer. You take care of the people that work for you, and you expect them to do the right thing. You don't force them to resign over it.
But based on public reports, you don't want to characterize the strength of the evidence at this point in that case?
Sorry.
I said, based on public reports, you don't want to characterize the strength of the evidence in the case?
If Congressman, if everything that was alleged in the indictment would have been able to be proven by the prosecutors, that looked like it would be a strong case.
Thank you, Mr. Croswell. Ms. Cohen, thank you for being here and sharing your story with us. I know you mentioned why you left Skadden Arps in your testimony. Can you tell us more about why you think the law firm gave in to the president's demands, how intense the pressure is coming from the administration, and how dangerous that type of pressure is to the rule of law in this country?
Absolutely. Thank you. I think that the strength of the pressure is exponentially higher because law firms are not standing together and are instead treating the president's attacks as if they are normal course and not something that would easily be challenged in a court. And so I think that the pressure here comes from presuming that standing up to the president means you fall out of his favor. I think that ultimately, because these executive orders have pointed to past representation, particularly challenging the government, it's massively dissuading large corporate law firms from taking cases that might be viewed as problematic to the Trump administration. They were instrumental in 2016 in bringing challenges against unconstitutional action, but it's not limited to 2016. Large corporate law firms provide a significant amount of financial and staffing resources to public interest organizations that are challenging unconstitutional actions under both Democratic and Republican presidents. They also provide an immense amount of direct services work, like to migrants seeking asylum and to veterans seeking benefits, things that the president alleges may be frivolous or counter to his interests.
Thank you. And if lawyers are too intimidated to take on the administration when it clearly violates the law, then what remedy do any of us have to enforce the law and protect our rights from a president with dictatorial demands?
Given the nature of our adversarial system, we have almost no hope. That's why we have to act now.
And I think we got to shift back to the Senate side now. We're impinging on their time. So.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. And I regret to announce that the Chief Justice, during the course of the hearing, Chief Justice Roberts has indefinitely blocked the court order requiring the return of Kilmore Abrego Garcia. This ruling came out during the course of this hearing. So we now have the deportation of someone in violation of court order, and a further court ordering his return has now been countermanded by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Senator Whitehouse, you are recognized.
If you read the appellate court decision regarding the stay, one of the things I think you'll note is the power of the language that was used by those judges. So I'm disappointed, I guess, yet again in Chief Justice Roberts' decision. I think we often read decisions which say the decision was misguided, the decision was erroneous, the decision was clearly erroneous, the decision was wrong, the decision stood on inadequate facts. In this case, the appellate court said the decision was unconscionable. You don't see that very much. So my questions will be to you, Mr. Crosswell. I think you're the most experienced criminal prosecutor in the panel. And one of the things that we've seen has been the Trump MAGA crowd parroting the notion that there was weaponization of the Department of Justice against Mr. Trump, which is obviously a narrative that you would like to deploy if your leader is in fact a criminal, was convicted in certain places, was indicted in others, and had the prosecutive team say, hey, we had a good case here when it was closed down. So faced with all that evidence, obviously the thing you want to say is weaponization, fake news, all the usual denials. So I'm going to take a minute and compare what happened in a recent case, the one that was referred to about the unlawful effort to try to seize climate funds. And because the veto period had passed by about 2 years, to cook up analysis that would have allowed them to seize the funds had to cook up a crime that would give them the ability to say, well, while we're investigating this crime, we need to seize the funds. So that's the backdrop. And in the course of that, the first thing that happened is that the political appointee was told by his career staff that there was no evidence of any crime and they couldn't proceed. Do you recall any time in any of the Trump federal cases where a political appointee was told by the career staff that they had no case?
Senator, I've been doing the job for 10 years, and I can tell you that I have never, ever seen anyone, myself or anyone else, be directed to prosecute or drop a case based on politics.
Yeah.
It just does not, it does not.
And in this
figure
case, the woman who was at the head of the office who told the political appointee that he had no case was forced to resign as her penalty for not going forward. Nothing like that ever happened in any of the Trump investigations that I can recall. Do you have any recollection of any career folks being fired for refusing to go forward with a case that had no merit?
Senator, my supervisors have always expected me to do the right thing. I think something that people need to understand about prosecutors is we're unique in the sense that our job is not to win our case, it's to do justice. And so every supervisor I've ever had would demand nothing less than me to do the right thing for justice. And if that means dismissing a case, that's what you would do.
So let me just go forward a little bit more, because after that, what happened is that the political appointee went forward with a pleading that no career attorney would sign. The only signature on it was the political appointee. Did you recall that ever happening in any of the Trump cases?
In my personal experience, I've never had a situation where I was asked to do something that, well, except for the Eric Adams case, that was the first time I was asked to sign something that
unusual to go forward with a pleading where no career attorney will sign for the Department of Justice, correct? Only with a political appointee signature.
Yes, Senator.
Yes, it is. And then in the Trump cases, I don't recall anyone ever getting shot down, any of the prosecutive team, when they went for an order. And in this case, when the political appointee went for the order and went to the magistrate judge, he got shut down. When I was a U.S. attorney, if we got shot down for an order by one of our district judges, that would have been like, stop, figure out what went wrong. This is a never event. Let's figure this out so it doesn't happen. Do you recall that any of the Trump orders were ever shot down by a judge, or every time that prosecution team went to a court for an order, they were successful?
Senator, not sure about which order. I would say that it would be if I went to a court and shot down for probable cause, that's happened, but you try to avoid that.
Yeah, you try very hard to avoid it. And after that's happened, do you ever go to another district to try to shop the same case where the judge had found that there was no basis to proceed?
It's never come up in my career, Senator. If I did, I would certainly tell the next judge the last one found no probable cause, and that probably would not bode well.
And then I don't believe in the Trump cases any prosecutor ever made public statements outside of the pleadings about the culpability or wrong of the subject of the investigation. And yet in this case, both the political appointee and the agency chief who was engaged made public derogatory comments, false allegations, it seems, of fraud, defamatory per se. What are the concerns of the Department of Justice when political appointees make statements about the potential guilt or culpability of an uncharged person?
Senators are aware we conduct grand jury investigations in secret for a reason, because if we can't substantiate the case against someone, we close it without the public ever knowing, and that's to protect the American people.
And in this matter, the last thing that happened was that the agency had been going forward with its own case under the president's executive order, shifted to the fraud argument to try to improve its argument before the federal judge, not a magistrate judge, the U.S. District Court judge. And the U.S. District Court judge said, guys, there's no evidence here. You've shown me no evidence to support this claim that there's fraud or misconduct here. And yet they continue. And I can pretty well bet that in none of the so-called weaponized Trump cases was there a moment when a federal judge said, there is no evidence here, and yet the department continued it. So I guess the conclusion I draw from this is that there is fake weaponization, which is what you say when you're following somebody who has serious criminal liability, has been indicted, has been convicted, and you want to make all that go away with a narrative about, oh, that's just weaponization. And then you put your people in power, and what happens? The actual weaponization begins. And this counts, by my count, 7 red flags, any one of it which would have called a check to a case in the normal Department of Justice. So thank you, Adam. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Recognizing Congressman Hank Johnson of the 4th District of Georgia and the ranking member of our subcommittee on courts, IP, and artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member and Mr. Ranking Member, for holding this hearing. You know, after losing the 2020 election, the lame duck President Donald Trump embarked upon an illicit and multi-pronged scheme to remain in office beyond his term. This plan culminated in the January 6, 2021 insurrection, which failed. But Donald Trump wasn't finished. Over the next 4 years, he hatched a plan to create the conditions where, if he won the presidency again, he would never have to leave office. And during that planning process, Trump was given an assist when the Supreme Court of the United States, which he magnified with 3 appointees, ran the clock out on efforts to prosecute him while giving him immunity from prosecution for official acts while in office. Once back in the White House and with immunity so that he was above the law, Trump's first order of business was to destroy the rule of law so that he could then systematically dismantle our democracy. And there would be no checks on his illegal behavior. In less than 100 days, he has turned the Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. He effected this transformation by installing sycophantic loyalists and purging career employees whose only offense was adherence to the rule of law. Good people like our witnesses here. But even purging career employees is not enough for a tyrant. A tyrannical leader like Trump must also intimidate people to ensure their silence. And that's why Trump's DOJ directed armed U.S. Marshals to deliver a letter to Ms. Oyer at her home about testifying to Congress. And it's why the administration is now claiming that she is muzzled by executive privilege, which is a baseless claim. And going after government lawyers is not enough for this aspiring dictator. Trump is also attacking lawyers in the private sector in an attempt to decimate our system of adversarial justice, which is crucial to a functioning legal system. Any law firms that employed lawyers who previously investigated Trump, challenged his administration, or worked on causes he didn't like were slapped with executive orders. And these executive orders threatened to strip law firms of security clearances, terminate government contracts with the firm, or deprive them of business in any way that they can, even preventing their employees from entering government buildings. The idea is to scare lawyers enough so that no one brings cases against Trump or his administration's illegal actions. And even though Trump thinks he has the Supreme Court in his pocket, he cannot risk cases working their way through the legal system and finding out that even for the justices he appointed, it might be a bridge too far in destroying our democracy. So far, Trump has issued 5 executive orders targeting top powerful and wealthy law firms to send a message to the less powerful and wealthy that if you challenge his illegal actions, they'll be held to play. Several of his targeted law firms have folded like cheap lawn chairs, while others have stood and fought back. Trump wants to scare the legal profession into silence, and we're honored today to have these brave and patriotic lawyers with us who refuse to be silenced. Mr. Crosswell, you know, you found yourself at a crossroads after Donald Trump returned to office, and Acting Deputy Attorney General Bove ordered you and your colleagues at the Public Integrity Section to sign a motion to dismiss the indictment against New York City Mayor Adams. Is it true that Mr. Bove told you and your colleagues that whoever complied would be rewarded with a position of leadership within the department, and that whoever pushed back would face professional consequences?
If I could interrupt for 1 second, the witness can answer the question. We're being reminded that we have just 5 minutes each. I think a lot of us on the House side were under the impression that people spoke for 15 minutes here, but it is a 5-minute rule. We're going to comply with that.
Well, I've only gone for 5 minutes and 13 seconds. But if you would answer that question, I'll gladly yield back my time.
Congressman, my best recollection of the conversation that what was said to us was in my resignation letter, and I think it was very much implied, if not stated, that there'd be promotional opportunities for anyone that would sign the motion. And I also think it's very fair to say there was an implicit threat for those that won, and that was done through reference to what took place in the Southern District of New York. That's my best recollection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator
Klobuchar.
Yes, thank you, Senator Schiff. And I just want to correct the record, Representative Raskin. We don't speak for 15 minutes. We speak for 25 hours here in the United States Senate. So thank you both for holding this hearing. And thank you also for shining light on the simple idea that the president is not king. We are not a kingdom. And And it is many of our colleagues, sadly, on the Republican side of the aisle are acting like subjects to the king instead of being independently elected officials, to the point where we're holding this shadow hearing because they won't hold such a hearing. So I'll start with you, Mr. Crosswell. And I, as a former prosecutor, I was so in awe of what you and others did after you were forced to drop bribery, or asked to drop bribery charges against Mayor Adams, and wouldn't do it. The words of the lead prosecutor on the case, Hagan Skoton, forever I will remember. He said, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." And I'm sure you felt the same way. Could you talk about why you made this decision?
Thank you, Senator. Senator, as I think I mentioned earlier, I would probably still be at public integrity. As deeply concerning as what happened with Eric Adams was, for me, the straw that broke the camel's back was what happened to my colleagues. These were individuals I cared about, and they had to resign because they weren't going to sign a motion that should not have been signed. And for me, and I think also just the fact that then we were ordered to do the same thing, for me, it almost felt like an abuse of power against me, myself. And so I didn't have a job lined up or insurance lined up, but I'd rather be unemployed and not be insured than work for someone that would do something like that to my colleagues and to me.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Young, kind of coming off that, how does firing career prosecutors or trying to make them to do something that they consider illegal, how does that weaken public safety, send the wrong message to law enforcement in general? Of course, this includes people who just happen to work on the January 6th cases, who were just called in to play various roles in it. Might have been someone who'd been in the office for a year or someone who'd been there longer. Just talk generally about how it weakens the rule of law and law enforcement.
Sure. Prosecutors at the Justice Department are some of the best lawyers in the country. So when you fire them, you necessarily make American communities more vulnerable. When you fire national security lawyers, you make our nation's security less tight. These terminations are due to career employees doing their jobs, accepting cases that they were assigned. Not prosecuting these cases would be insubordination. It's antithetical to the nature of career service. And people are resigning preemptively. And it's also going to prevent really great lawyers from wanting to go to the Justice Department. And lots of really great lawyers have always wanted to go to the Justice Department. So the more of these terminations we see, the more intimidation we see, the less safe we're going to be, and the less strong and seasoned and a DOJ will be. And without a strong, robust DOJ, the rule of law will suffer.
Exactly. Quickly, Ms. Oyer, Justice Department's taken oath to the Constitution. Could you, in 30 seconds, the difference between representing the people of the U.S. and representing the president? As we know, the line has been completely crossed here, as you know, from your own experience.
It's very concerning that the department is currently being run by people, all of whom represented the president personally. There are certain decision-making authorities of the department that have been delegated to people who personally represent the president, including oversight of matters of ethics and professional responsibility. That's evidenced in the letter that was sent to me, which was sent to me by someone who was one of President Trump's personal defense attorneys. This is a way of stripping away any of the safeguards against the tremendous powers of the Department of Justice. The administration is currently attacking the safeguards within the department, as well as the safeguards external to the department, like the defense bar, that play a vital role in
which Ms. Cohen is well aware of. Yes.
Yes. So it's sort of a multi-pronged attack on the rule of law, and that has real consequences for real people, including things like individuals being deported mistakenly or individuals being swept up in immigration raids who happen to actually be U.S. citizens. It's very, very concerning.
Thank you.
Recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Mary Gay Scanlon, who is the ranking member on the Constitution Subcommittee.
Thank you for convening us today, and thank you so much to our witnesses. I really am in awe of your courage and your dedication to the rule of law, which is what makes our country great. And we all really, really appreciate your willingness to stand up and be counted when it really counts. Over the past few weeks, the White House has unleashed an unprecedented attack upon lawyers and judges who serve our American justice system, with the White House attempting to suppress challenges to the lawless orders that it is issuing. They're threatening and intimidating some of the country's most accomplished lawyers, some of whom are with us here today. Congress, under Republican leadership, has thus far acquiesced to this lawless behavior. The courts and lawyers are acting as the primary defense against executive action, and doing so successfully in the vast majority of almost 200 cases brought so far. I want to focus on the orders and sanctions issued against private law firms, because that's the world I came out of. These law firms have been selected because of their relationship to attorneys who represented the president's political opponents, opposed his administration's actions, or aided efforts to hold him accountable. These firms and lawyers targeted by the administration have been the standard bearers for the highest ethical obligation of their profession to provide free legal services in the public interest, or pro bono publico. They've been willing and able to dedicate top legal talent to undertake the costly and time-consuming work of ensuring due process in difficult cases, reforming broken systems, and vindicating human and civil rights of those subject to our laws. This administration's attempt to sideline these efforts stands in stark contrast to prior administrations, which understood that our justice system only works when everyone has access to representation. And I'm thinking about 1963, President Kennedy's call to action to the most prominent law firms in our country, asking them to marshal the resources of the private bar to protect Americans' civil rights. The Trump administration has chosen instead to undertake a grotesque attack on the fundamental right of access to justice. So while the action of targeting private law firms are designed to hurt those most at risk, those who can't afford a lawyer, and specifically those with the guts to stand up to this administration's blatant violations of the Constitution, due process, and civil and human rights. Now, we've seen the administration's campaign begin to achieve its purpose, intimidating lawyers who might represent those challenging its actions. Some law firms targeted by the White House have settled with the White House. Others that have regularly participated in this kind of class action and other work in the past are declining to do so. This administration is employing the tactics used by authoritarian regimes to crack down on those who defend the rule of law. Places like lawyers, universities, civil society, and the independent media. So now is the time when all lawyers, law firms, judges, law schools, bar associations, and elected officials of every and no party have to stand up and condemn this attack. Because democracy doesn't only die in darkness, it also dies with silence or acquiescence. So I am encouraged by the growing resistance to these actions. And Ms. Cohen, whether willingly or not, you have ended up being a face of that. I understand that you participated in leading a letter that over 1,800 junior lawyers at these prestigious law firms have joined. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Thanks so much. As I stated in my opening testimony, it was not my first choice to resign. I adore my coworkers. I did really meaningful work, both billable and pro bono. And I also expected that firm leadership would do the right thing, not just at my own law firm, but across the industry. And so something that was frankly quite scary was that all of the conversations about what the executive orders were aimed at doing and were doing, everyone agreed across political stripes, across level of seniority, that the president was targeting private law firms in an attempt to scare lawyers broadly. But no one was willing to say anything. And so I worked with a group of a variety of other associates to put together a way that people could anonymously express their concerns about this. We modeled it off a statement that was put out by the American Bar Association, a nonpartisan association, prior to even the Perkins executive order coming out in the first place about these troubling rule of law attacks. And so that was just one of many steps that we took to not reach this point, in the hopes that firms would come together and do the right thing.
I do think it's really important that lawyers and law firms stand together. I mean, after all, it is through having a rules-based order that many of these law firms have been able to be so successful, and the erosion here affects everybody. So thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And now it gives me pleasure to introduce Ryan. You'll be happy to know another former Marine, but also someone, Ms. Young, who has been leading our inquiry into what the law firms are doing, is Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is no such thing as a former Marine, as we know. Semper Fidelis. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, and to both of you, Senator Schiff and Mr. Raskin, thank you, Congressman Raskin, for joining me in seeking to shine light, and for your support, Senator Schiff, because America needs to be aware, needs to be afraid of what is happening here, and needs to know that there are people like you who took the risk and made the sacrifice that others far wealthier, more resourced, and more powerful were unwilling to take, members of our profession who declined to stand up and speak out. But here's the good news for America. There are lawyers willing to take on this fight against a bully. 504 signed an amicus brief. Others are representing the firms. Let's say their names: Covington and Burling, Perkins Coie, Jenner and Block, Wilmer Hale, who are trying to break this pattern. And it is a pattern. Donald Trump hammers, bullies, intimidates, and then offers to negotiate. He's doing it with law firms, he's done it with universities, he's doing it with countries and companies through tariffs. It is part of a slide toward tyranny. Tim Snyder, my friend, a professor at Yale, has said the first rule of tyranny from the 20th century, the first lesson is do not obey in advance. That is what Skadden Arps, Milbank, and Wilkie Farr have done. They didn't even wait for the executive order. They obeyed in advance. And I just want to make really clear what is most offensive to me. They acceded, in effect, to allow Donald Trump to tell them who their clients would be and who they would hire. I've been United States Attorney in Connecticut. I was Attorney General for 20 years, but I've also been in private practice. And if there's one thing that matters to me as a trial lawyer, and I still consider myself proudly a trial lawyer, it is nobody tells me what to do. And when I represent a client, it is 100%. And when I take on a client against a big corporation and then some other big corporation or that corporation offers a great representation to me, I say, sorry, can't do it. I've got the little guy whom I represent, and I'll give up the bonuses and the wealth and the money and the billable hours because I believe in my profession. Donald Trump has boasted, and I'm quoting him, that he has built, quote, an unrivaled network of lawyers. These lawyers are in his pocket. And when they're in his pocket, they cannot represent that little guy. They cannot represent the individuals that Wilkie Farr did, that got them blacklisted. Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who volunteered as poll workers in Georgia in 2020 to help their fellow citizens vote in the midst of the global pandemic. He is depriving resources of people who really need that representation. And I'll tell you what striking me is most abhorrent and repugnant, as reported in the New York Times, and Mr. Karp stated it, there were other law firms, and I'm quoting now from the New York Times of March 14th, some of the biggest competitors were calling top lawyers at the beleaguered law firm, one of the nation's most prestigious, asking if they would jump ship along with their lucrative clients. The firms are named Sullivan and Cromwell and Kirkland and Ellis. And Congressman Raskin and I are writing those two firms, along with the others, and asking them what they did to try to lure away those clients and partners, to try to poach their business and their resources. Most abhorrent to me is the potential that they acted in that way. Ms. Cohn, do you know of any specifics about attempts to take away lawyers or clients from either your firm or others that you may have heard?
Senator Blumenthal, I read the same report, and I think it's particularly ironic given that I'm also reading reports that Kirkland and Ellis is now in talks to acquiesce to the Trump administration in advance. So any clients thinking about jumping ship to any other law firm should remember that until they stand together, there's no chance that their new representation will be left alone either. But I will just say, I was a third-year associate when I left, and I wish you had someone more senior here to talk to you about this. But unfortunately, you do not, because the only people in this industry who have been willing to speak on this issue and give up their salaries in order to do so are associates, and I was not close to client work. But thank you for
I
raising.
apologize for going over my time. I'd ask that the Truth Social and the New York Times story that I quoted be entered into the record.
Without objection.
And the distinguished lady from Vermont, Ms. Ballant, is recognized for her questioning.
Thank you to the chairs. First of all, I really want to acknowledge at the top the courage that it took for each of you to come here today. It shows an incredible amount of fortitude. These are incredibly scary times, and It's not easy to stand up and speak out against authoritarians. It's not easy to stand up and speak against the president. So all you have to do is look at our Republican colleagues, both in the House and the Senate, who are remaining silent. So the fact that you're willing to be here, to show your face, to speak up for what's right, it matters. And I have to tell you that this is a critical moment right now, and you are doing the right thing, even though it's frightening, because you're giving all of us just a little bit of hope in these incredibly dark times. Hope that we're going to be able to turn the tide on this. Hope that more people will see you and stand up to the corruption and the cronyism. And just a little bit of hope that we'll remember that who we are as a people, that we're beholden to the rule of law. And as my colleagues have said, that we are not beholden to a king or a dictator. So know that you are doing the right thing, even though it feels terrifying. Authoritarians like Trump have nothing but contempt for the democratic process and for due process. They mock the principle of accountability because they have none. They portray themselves as victims of so-called lawfare so they can discredit an entire system. That's what this is about. This is about discrediting the system. So we can't believe in lawyers. We can't believe in institutions. And that's terrifying. That is convincing all of us that the rot goes so deeply that the foundation of our very democracy can't be trusted. Ms. Cohen, in your resignation letter, which I have to say was such a shining light, you talk about fear and powerlessness that motivated some of these law firms in the country to cave. And that's what they did. They caved. They are bootlicking. They are bending a knee. Make no mistake. That's what's going on here. How is it that some of the most prestigious and powerful law firms in this country feel that they have to act in this way?
I wish I had a good answer for you, but when I read things like Brad Karp saying that it was an existential crisis for a firm whose profit per equity partner was over $7 million last year, I don't know what to tell you. I apologize.
That's right. That's exactly right. It's not an existential crisis where they're going to lose some money. We're talking about the rule of law. It's disgusting. And the courage that you have to be here when so many of your senior colleagues say nothing and grovel to a would-be king speaks volumes about your integrity. We're in strange times. There were protests across the nation. This weekend, the Chief Justice of the Vermont State Supreme Court, who, trust me, does not usually comment on political matters, he said, quote, "No prior administration has taken such concerted action against the bar, an effort to erode an institutional pillar designed to check abuse of power." When the Chief Justice is finding his voice and speaking publicly, you would think that some law firms could do the same when it's just about the almighty dollar. I want to conclude by saying Trump and all of his enablers, whether they're in Congress or whether they're at these law firms, seem to think that they can outrun this, that somehow we're going to ride this out. We're not going to ride this out. It's not going away. It's only when good people stand up and say, no, I refuse to bow. And my hat is off to all of you. You are showing courage that so many people in this moment are not. And I'm going to be able to go home this weekend, the end of this week, and talk to my two kids. I got 2 high school students, and they're going to want to know that there are good people doing the right thing, and I'll be able to tell them about this. I yield back.
Senator Hirono from the great state of Hawaii.
Thank you very much. And I thank all of you for being here. And obviously, there were a lot of people here who really care about adherence to the rule of law. And I'm glad that I was able to make it for this portion. So I thank Congressman Raskin and Senator Schiff. So these are not normal times. We have a president who doesn't think that the rule of law applies to him, aided and abetted by the Supreme Court in their immunity decision. So what we have is a president who will go after anybody, including countries, corporations, law firms, anybody who he thinks can stand up to him. Basically, he is setting things up so that he can extort from them what he wants. And it is more than sickening to know that the people who are supposed to be standing up for the rule of law, I would say the lawyers, judges in our country, and we see many of them just, I would use the word caving, and that is why caving to the demands of this very corrupt president. So Rachel, Ms. Cohen, thank you very much for having the courage and for you to note that, it's too bad that none of the partners who are making millions of dollars at your firm would stand up to do the right thing. It's pretty pathetic. And for the 500 or so law firms that filed an amicus brief on behalf of Perkins Coie, I say aloha to them, because if we don't all stick together, we're all going to be divided and conquered. So thank you very much. And for each of you, some of you who I know worked for the DOJ, in fact, I think it's Ms. Young, you worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office, you worked for the DOJ, you have a wonderful background. I remember when we had the hearing on Pam Bondi, because she has said at some point that we should go after the prosecute the prosecutors and investigate the investigators. During her confirmation hearing in the Senate, I asked one of the witnesses who came on the second day of her hearings, what would be an indication that she is in fact weaponizing the DOJ to exact retribution, et cetera. And this witness, who happened to be a law professor at Georgetown, my alma mater, and she said, you're going to see people resigning, and that's what's happening, or you're going to see people being fired, and that's what's happening. All is not well in the DOJ. I did want to ask a specific question of Ryan Coswell. When Deputy Attorney General Tom Blanchard came before the Judiciary Committee, I asked him about why he was allowing attrition at a different part of the criminal division, the child exploitation and obscenity section, which fights child sexual exploitation. And he responded by suggesting that only U.S. attorneys' offices really prosecute crime, and downplaying the role of criminal division trial attorneys in the DOJ. As someone who worked in both the U.S. Attorney's Office and criminal division, can you explain why having criminal division attorneys in D.C. is important, and what we will lose if we gut the criminal division?
Thank you, Senator. What the criminal division litigating sections like public integrity bring is a degree of expertise. So certainly there are assistant U.S. attorneys around the country that can handle prosecutions of public corruption. We have a deep bench of very talented lawyers. They're experts in this. They can go all over the nation. And you mentioned that I have been in AUSA in other districts. When I was a prosecutor in San Diego from 2017 to 2020, I was prosecuting many immigration cases. And the entire time you had a public integrity section back in Washington. Hypothetically, if I had a situation where potentially a federal agent was allowing smuggling to happen because that agent was corrupt, I could call that public integrity section and get their help in prosecuting that case. And so if you worry about corruption, if you worry about abuse of power, it's good to have 30 or so attorneys who are able to take those cases on, which also allows the U.S. Attorney's offices to focus on violent crime, immigration crimes, fraud, predation on children. That's the value of it.
So obviously, but the Justice Department is not particularly interested in preserving the expertise or keeping the expertise in all these areas within the DOJ, and they have their own agenda, which is what I would not call it the people's agenda. Again, for Ms. Young, thank you, for what you are doing. And in fact, when the AG Bondi and interim DC U.S. Attorney Ed Martin referred to DOJ attorneys as the president's lawyers, I think you were asked this question before, but do any of you, but especially for you, Ms. Young, do you consider the attorneys at the DOJ or U.S. Attorney's Office the president's attorneys? And if not, who are they attorneys for?
Sure. DOJ attorneys are absolutely not the president's attorneys. The president is free to hire as many attorneys as he wants. Attorneys at DOJ represent the United States and the American people, and that's it.
To think that we now have a attorney general who says she is the president's attorney, and she's certainly acting in that way. So there you go. It's just entire takeover of, I would say, an institution, the Justice Department, that is supposed to be prosecuting criminals and doing the things that I know that all of you have been asked. I can't tell what the time is there. What is that?
The time is up.
Okay. Well, that explains it. But we have so many concerns. And again, I thank each of you for resigning, being fired, doing all the things that requires a lot of courage to do. But we just need to continue to fight back. Thank you.
Senator.
I recognize the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia of the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, Ranking Member Raskin and Senator Schiff, for convening this most timely and important hearing to spotlight Donald Trump's assault on our democracy and legal system, and thanks all the witnesses for standing for justice and democracy as well in your respective positions. As an immigrant and an organizer who hails from Chicago, who's fought for civil rights and against machine politics for decades, I understand that the rule of law has always been a work in progress in our country. Even before Donald Trump entered the political arena, many immigrants and working class people have felt that the law was written and enforced to benefit the wealthy and well-connected at their expense too often. But in the history of this country, the president has ever weaponized the law to this extent. No president has done that before, for his personal benefit and in the service of outright authoritarianism. My colleagues have highlighted many important issues, and I want to focus on the administration's shameful and unlawful treatment of immigrants. There are too many abuses to name in 5 minutes. Trying to end birthright citizenship, which is written into the Constitution, attacking jurisdictions that have welcoming statuses, and which studies show lower crime rates and increased trust within those communities. Creating a draconian registration requirement, which goes into effect this week, by the way, on April 11th, detaining Mohammed Khalil and others solely because of their protected speech. And of course, lawlessly invoking the Alien Enemies Act on false pretenses to detain people and spend taxpayer dollars to send them to a notorious prison in El Salvador. One of those people is Kilmer Abrego Garcia, a Maryland resident, father, and a metal worker, whom the administration sent to El Salvador despite Judge Boasberg's ruling and despite a 2019 court order specifically prohibiting him from being removed to that country because of the risk of persecution. Last week, the administration admitted that its removal of Mr. Abrego Garcia was a mistake. At a hearing on Friday, a senior career DOJ official, Erez Raveni, expressed frustration that the Trump administration had taken these actions and produced no evidence that Mr. Abrego Garcia is gang affiliated or that his removal was justified. The judge then ruled that the treatment of Mr. Garcia was shocking and illegal and ordered his return to the U.S. But instead of following the law, Attorney General Bondi suspended Mr. Raveni, and after the Fourth Circuit refused to block the judge's order, the DOJ has now asked the Supreme Court to step in, and it will. A ruling has not been entered yet on the merits of the case. In a sea of authoritarian lawlessness, this case stands out. So I want to ask you, Ms. Young, in your experience and based on public reporting, do you think Mr. Raveni's actions warrant suspension?
Absolutely not. And I know Erez Raveni, he is one of the most zealous advocates in the entire department, but he would never violate his ethical duties, including candor to the court.
What does his suspension tell you about DOJ leadership and its credibility?
It tells me that it values loyalty over the law, and I question DOJ's credibility right now.
And do you believe that what DOJ has done to Mr. Abrego Garcia represents a miscarriage of justice?
I am not going to comment on a legal question like that.
I understand. Thank you for that. We're living through one of the most shameful moments in our country's history, and it's incumbent on every one of us to fight back against this lawlessness. Your presence here is an important signal to the rest of the country that we are doing that. Thank you again, Ranking Member Raskin and Senator Schiff, for convening this hearing. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Welch from the great state of Vermont and a great champion of the rule of law.
Thank you. And it's wonderful to see my colleague from Vermont here, Representative Ballot. Thank you. But it's mostly wonderful to see you here. Yeah, I'm interested in talking to you about why you became attorneys in the culture of law as you saw it and what you experienced. I'll start with you, Mr. Crosswell. You know, it's so amazing, the code of kind of, you're a Marine and a lawyer. Duty, honor, loyalty. I mean, just talk about the culture and why a culture is important. Not just personal values of an individual, but an individual is part of a team who's part of a culture that is the responsibility when you're in that to reinforce the positive values. Just talk to me a little bit about that and then how that was challenged with what you faced.
Thank you, Senator. You're right. My first job in public service was a Marine officer, and you're taught to always take the hard right over the easy wrong. And as an officer, you teach the people that you lead the same thing. That also applies in any law firm office, any prosecutorial office. It's about culture. Because when you work for the government, you have an enormous amount of power.
Right.
You have to be a check on yourself, so to speak. And so when I was in the Marine Corps, I defended Marines accused of crimes at courts martial. And there were certain clients that I got acquitted at trial. They were found not guilty. That wasn't because the prosecutors failed at their job. That was because they did their job, because they provided me with the evidence where I could defend my client That's how it's supposed to be done.
Right.
And we need that in every U.S. Attorney's office.
No, thank you. Ms. Oyer, that's an incredible decision to resign, and it's resigning from a job you love and working with people that you respect and admire. And then obviously the personal and professional implications that you're going to have to deal with for some time. So obviously there was a commitment to a culture that you saw being breached, and I'm going to ask you just to elaborate a bit on that.
So I was actually fired. The decision was taken out of
Fired,
my
yeah.
hands.
Well, you knew what would happen.
Yes.
You were fired. Yeah, I'm
That
sorry.
my role in the department was becoming increasingly untenable every day. It was becoming more and more difficult every day to do the job in a way that was consistent with my values and my obligations as an attorney. And honestly, on some level, it was a relief to be fired, to take the decision out of my hands,
Right.
although it required me to leave behind a mission that I cared deeply about and a team of people who I care deeply about. And I take some heart in the fact that they are still there carrying on the good work.
And you literally had a couple of armed marshals en route to your home when your teenage child was home alone?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Crosswell. Do you treat subordinates that way? I mean, is that at all acceptable?
No, Senator.
All right. And Ms. Cohen, you were friends with our beloved Mr. Raskin's son, and we've heard a lot about him. And I can only imagine the kind of commitment to public service you had and found a way when you accepted an opportunity to work at a major and prestigious law firm. Tell me about how you saw being in Skadden Arps, a major Wall Street, really world law firm, as being also an opportunity for you to live your values as an attorney, your commitment to justice, and also have an opportunity to work for folks who otherwise wouldn't be represented.
Absolutely. In part, I'm realizing that it was just very good marketing, but I do think that while I was on the job, I had unlimited pro bono hours. It was perhaps the most important thing to me when selecting a law firm, because I wanted to get trained up on the private sector things. My past work was in public education, and I needed to understand how those things work. It drew me to finance, but I devoted anywhere from 20 to 33% of my hours to pro bono every year. And ultimately, that is why I resigned. I'd love to say it was an abstract rule of law, anything else, but I did a decent amount of immigration pro bono representation, and actions by this administration are making it very clear that that is soon going to be viewed, or already is viewed, as adverse to the administration, despite the fact that it is just to allow people to survive when they are fleeing harm and persecution and death. And I couldn't stay at a place that I knew was on the verge of not allowing me to take representations that the president viewed as adverse, knowing what he views as adverse to him.
Right. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I want to thank all of our witnesses for testifying today. Everyone in this room grew up in a period since World War II where we were used to seeing a world that was ever increasing in its freedoms. We saw walls come down. We saw new nations born. We saw the ever greater ability to express ourselves, to practice our faith, to associate with whom we would. And we came to believe it was inexorable. We came to believe that it was like the laws of gravity. Or it was, as Martin Luther King said, the moral arc of the universe always bending towards justice. Until all of a sudden it wasn't bending towards justice. And we've come to realize, much to our shock, that there's nothing inevitable about this. There's nothing inevitable about democracy or democratization, that this experiment in this country, this great experiment, self-governance, now 2.5 centuries old, is not inevitable. It was improbable at its start. And we've witnessed something we never would have imagined in this country. We have witnessed with incredible rapidity the creation of a climate of fear by this administration. We see universities afraid to speak out, to defend their own students, to defend their own academic freedom. You see universities rushing to make deals with the administration. You see universities cowed into silence, not stepping up to defend other universities. You see members of the press excluded from public events because they don't use the administration's favored parlance. And you don't see other members of the press in solidarity with them. You see law firms rush to cut separate deals. You see lawyers purged from the Department of Justice. You see FBI agents purged from the Bureau. You see scientists purged from their agencies. A wholesale effort to weed out and drive out anyone of independent thinking, anyone who will stand up and defend the rule of law or science or the freedom of thought or expression, right down to ordinary citizens who are now afraid. If the government of the United States can pluck a man off the street and send him to a prison in El Salvador without any kind of due process or any process whatsoever, then no one is safe. And if the government's response to that is to discipline a lawyer who dares to speak the truth to a court, then no one is safe. And the answer to this climate of fear, there really is only one answer, and you're seeing it today, and that is courage. We must demonstrate courage in the face of this fear. In this very committee room, or one like it, Joseph McCarthy and his allies made the country afraid and caused people to inform on each other and betray each other, allowed people and to be driven out of the government and to be persecuted. And we wondered how that could be. We wondered how could so many people be complicit. Well, now we know. Now we know. Now we have witnessed it in our own time. But I will say this of the brave witnesses who have come and testified today. All of the rest of us have to ask ourselves, looking back at the McCarthy era, what would we have done? What would we have done if we were faced with the loss of our jobs, if we were faced with the loss of our livelihood, if we were faced with the loss of our position? What would we have done? Well, you don't have to ask that question. Your being here is all the answer anyone could demand, and we are deeply, deeply grateful to you. I yield to my colleague and friend, Jamie Raskin.
Thank you, Senator Schiff, and thank you for your leadership. It's been an honor to conduct this proceeding with you, with all these wonderful guests and everybody looking at the proceedings across America. And thank you to our great witnesses here. Ben Franklin once said, "Make yourself a sheep and the wolves will eat you." And you are four people who have not made yourselves into sheep. You've shown us how to stand tough and stand strong against tyranny and despotism. And you and all of my colleagues here are speaking today in the spirit of our Constitution. We have an anti-monarchical Constitution. We've got no kings here. We have the freedom of speech. We've got no queens here, no emperors here, and we have no slaves here, and we have no serfs here. Just people, citizens, all of us together, standing equally under the Equal Protection Clause. We have an anti-monarchical Constitution. It forbids titles of nobility. It was so important to the framers. Congress cannot award or recognize titles of nobility. We've got an anti-cruelty Constitution. The Eighth Amendment bans cruel and unusual punishment. We've got an anti-corruption Constitution. It guarantees due process to everyone. It guarantees equal protection under the laws, as well as freedom of speech and freedom of the press and free assembly, the right to petition government for redress of grievances, free exercise of religion, no establishment of religion. And so we say to the courts, as Ms. Cohen said, you're an important line of defense. I don't think that you're the last line of defense. I think the people will always be the last line of defense, but you're a significant line of defense for us right now. We have 68 court orders that have been rendered by federal district courts, preliminary injunctions and temporary restraining orders against all of the lawlessness that's taken place. And we hope that the U.S. Supreme Court, which we know Donald Trump bragged about having packed and stacked in order to overthrow Roe versus Wade and get the Dobbs decision. We know that the court may be in a different posture on some of these things, but we ask all of the justices to live their oaths of office to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law. I ask them, I ask everybody in Congress, I ask everybody in the country to go back and read the Steele seizure case from 1952, where President Truman ordered the seizure of the steel mills in the middle of a war, in the middle of the Korean War. He said it was a national security crisis and we couldn't afford to have a strike and a standoff between the unions and the management. And so he just ordered that all of the steel mills be seized. And the Supreme Court came back with a remarkable decision saying the president gets his power only from either the explicit text of the Constitution or from Congress. And Congress had already rejected the idea that the president should have the power to seize the steel mills. And so the court said in a 6-3 decision, the Constitution doesn't grant you that power, and Congress forbade you that power. And Justice Jackson, in his famous concurrence, said, at that point, your power, Mr. President, is at its lowest ebb. But here's the remarkable thing about the decision, which is indeed the paradigm for interpreting executive power, as Justice Amy Coney Barrett said in her confirmation hearings over here in the Senate the remarkable thing about the decision is that there were 9 Democrats, most of them New Deal liberal Democrats, on the Supreme Court at that moment. President Roosevelt had been in for 4 terms. Truman had come in. These people, they were friends. A lot of the justices had served in the Roosevelt administration or in the Truman administration. Some had been in the Department of Justice. And in fact, the 3 justices in dissent taunted them, saying, you said this was totally fine. You wanted this to be a power that the president would have. And now you're on the court and you're saying the president does have this power. But it was really their finest moment because they distinguished their roles as partisans when they were either in Congress or in the administration from their role as justices upholding the Constitution and the rule of law. And they said, despite the fact that this was their team, they could not allow the president to overstep his bounds in that way. And after the case was rendered, Justice Jackson was so nervous that President Truman would never speak to him again that he had a dinner party with all the justices, and he invited President Truman to come over there. And there was a round of toasts, and Truman said to Justice Jackson, well, I don't know if I like your law that much, but this is a hell of a good bourbon you're serving us tonight. So we hope that the justices will live up to their titles. They're the only jurists in the federal system who get the title of justice. Everybody else is a judge, and we hope these justices will act with justice. And I want to just say finally about the law firms, because I've been working with Senator Blumenthal and with Ms. Scanlon on the question of the law firms. There is no safety in appeasement. There just is no safety in appeasement. These law firms have bargained away $40 million, tens of millions of dollars in pro bono assistance. Well, now, if Donald Trump gets to choose who your clients are going to be, right, and you're going to end up representing, I don't know, the National Rifle Association, the National Right to Life Committee, you name it, anti-environment, anti-LGBTQ, whatever it is. Now, not only are you going to have to put the resources of your firm into these causes on behalf of a president who just shook your firm down, but you're not going to be able to take any of the clients on the other side, because that's a conflict now. You are conflicted out of representing the pro-environment, the pro-choice groups, the unions, if you've taken the people on the other side. There is no safety in appeasing a tyrant. There's no safety in selling out. And these people are teaching us what the meaning of the rule of law really is. Ben Franklin said, we must all hang together or we will all hang separately. Let's hang together right now. Let's stand tall, America, for our Constitution, our rule of law, and our democracy. And I yield back to you, Senator Schiff.
I thank you, Ranking Member Raskin, and we are adjourned.
Well, all right, that's it. Hey, Lena, how are you? Thank you, guys. Hey, Ebony Diamond. Katie, yes, Katie. I thought that it was important to watch this hearing, and tomorrow I may have another hearing because they are in a hearing right now about our privacy. I think that this is a very important hearing that they're having today about privacy because they have let Elon Musk, who is working on what he feels is going to be the greatest AI ever. They have let him in all of the government's computers and get just harvest all of the information about every American citizen. So they're doing, hold on, let me, so they're doing a hearing on that today. I may try to find the good spots in it and bring that to you guys tomorrow. I'll drop the link in the chat. Oh, let me see if I'll drop the link in the chat if any of you guys want to go over there and check it out. Oh, a view's a view. Guess who's leaving the sector? Grits is leaving the sector. There's news you can use. Jay Grits is leaving the sector. Okay. I can't believe the Supreme Court has allowed them to get away with shipping them people off. I can't either. Well, actually, what they did was they stayed the order that says that he had to be back by midnight last night. They didn't rule on it. I don't know why they stayed on it. So they basically did rule on it. It was a lawful order. So why are you making them answer more questions? You notice that 45, 47 didn't answer any questions and tried to invoke presidential secret or some shit like that. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So they're trying to get them. They said that they filed it in the wrong jurisdiction, and they had to take it to Texas, a more welcoming jurisdiction for their the DOJ's aims, a more conservative jurisdiction. Now, let's remember that the DOJ said that the attorney for the client was jury shopping. He was not. So now, judge shopping. So now the Supreme Court told the DOJ, no, you need to go judge shop and you need to go to Texas because that was the last place. That's where the planes took off from. What sense does that make? I don't just okay. Who cares where the planes took off from? Where did you pick him up? You didn't pick him up in Texas. And you weren't supposed to pick him up. You knew that you weren't supposed to pick him up. You knew he was not picked up in Texas. He was taken to Texas to get on the plane that you knew you weren't supposed to put him on. But they have to take their case to Texas. And as far as this aliens, what is it? The AEA, the Aliens Enemies Act, that's atrocious. That is atrocious if they allow him to invoke this act. So they haven't ruled on that yet, but they kind of sound like they are leaning into letting him use that Aliens Enemies Act. So we'll see what happens. So they're making him go to Texas. Ronnie Q, I fell asleep and woke up and you are still on. You are a real hero. Love you, girl. Love you back, Liz. Thank you guys for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hit the like button if you haven't already. All right. I'm out of here.
In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q.